deliberate and intentional to support women entrepreneurs. 2 is to understand what actually works for women in the settings that we occupy, and consider beyond finance, the non-financial services to support women, and much more importantly also is to explore during the capital market session, explore dedicated financing options which could be carried in the social bonds, the sustainability bonds, and the sustainability linked bonds. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I can see we have our catch box. So, Karil, I'll leave it up to you to throw it to our next 2 speakers. Do we have a volunteer? Maybe the middle tables? Or just pick someone randomly. Oh, we have someone here who's ready to share. Are you ready to catch?
All right, good morning, everyone. I think what stood out for me yesterday is the fact that, along with the comment that was made earlier, being intentional means you also have to put resources and invest. I think there was a story shared around the training investment that was put into relationship bankers, so that they can give their female clients that personal touch, So it's not only being intentional, but I think you also have to realize that it takes time. It also needs to be funded. And I think what stood out for me as well was in the closing comments, that there is a business case for the female economy. It should not be seen as a CSI initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to get, okay, we can see a hand there.
Thank you. I think the leadership panel yesterday was very inspiring. It was very useful. It's very important to hear from women in top leadership positions who've made it. And for others, they can learn from them, the struggles they go through. So that's an important lesson. Another thing that stood out for me was the difference between mentorship and sponsor. We've all heard about mentorships. It's structured. We all get it. But sponsor is something that's not structured. Not all of us get it. So cultivating that in organizations and how that can be achieved is important. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get one last contribution from this side of the room. Do we have a volunteer? Okay, Carol, I think you can pick randomly. Pick a table and see who can share with us even your expectations for today. Do you have unanswered questions that you'd also like to share with us? Maybe we can start with that in tackling and getting ready for today.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Rachel Murage from Cooperative Bank of Kenya. My highlight for yesterday was the difference between a mentor and a sponsor. And I also loved that the ladies who spoke told us their story, which is something we really are encouraging women to do, because when you tell your story, it increases your level of courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we're now going to transition and get into today. Help me welcome Inez Murray, the CEO of Financial Alliance for Women.
Morning, everybody. I hope you found yesterday useful and energizing, and you're full of ideas for women's markets and DEI programs. And that the launch of the code really inspired you to take that to your own countries. Today we're going to start out by looking at a challenge that many of our members face. What non-financial services really work best for individual women and women entrepreneurs, and how can we deliver those sustainably at scale, which is the biggest challenge. Next, we'll spotlight a segment we all want to grow and have to grow if we want thriving entrepreneurial ecosystems. Fast growth, women-owned and women-led businesses. We'll hear directly from 2 entrepreneurs about their needs and explore enterprise support models that work and ask what it takes to build ecosystems where more of these businesses start and thrive. We'll then turn to the front lines of climate crisis with powerful examples from Rwanda and Kenya on supporting women farmers to build climate resilience and inspire each of us in this room who may feel overwhelmed to take action. From there, we'll explore the keys to the kingdom, how to design digital financial services that are gender intelligent, bringing more women into financial systems by design, not by chance. And we'll close the day by looking at how to deepen our customer relationships through services that meet women's life moments needs. After we close the summit, we'll convene the Women's Financial Inclusion Data Partnership, WIFID, a community of regulators and policymakers that the Alliance coordinates, set up to share lessons on collecting and using supply-side data to drive women's financial inclusion. This session will focus on data-driven policies that support women entrepreneurs, in line with this year's theme. You're all very welcome to attend. That takes place after the summit between 3 and 6 p.m. in this room. Thanks so much for being here. I would like to now plug the two businesses that are outside the door here. We have handmade woven baskets from Joy Max. They're beautiful. These are made by women in Rwanda. They're all artisans, and they would appreciate if you took a look at those. And also, this is fantastic, coffee question. It's really good coffee. This is also women-owned, and as they say here, it's powered by women. So let's walk the talk and buy some of the products. I hope you have a great time today, and it's a pleasure seeing you all here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Nez. And we're now going to begin with a panel discussion on scaling women's entrepreneurship through non-financial services. The panel will really focus on diving deeper, looking at mentorship, sponsorship, as it was mentioned yesterday, building networks, access to markets, and what really works at scaling and supporting women in businesses. Once again, with a lot of energy, enthusiasm, we'll be inviting our panelists and moderator. I'll start with our panelists. We have Naomi Kirungu, SME Partnership Lead, Africa Management Institute. There she is. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. You're welcome, Naomi. We have Karen Lickers, Managing Director, Digital Boost, United Kingdom. You're welcome. Sarah Lubega, Manager of Women's Banking at Stanbic Uganda. You're welcome, Sarah. And we have Alice Ngurichinga, Country Director for Business Professionals Network, Rwanda. You're welcome, Alice. Our moderator is Anna Ginscherman, Partner at Consumer Centrics. Very delighted to have you with us, Anna. You're welcome to the stage.
Good morning. What an honor to be here, to be part of this conference, to be moderating this session, starting the day with this critically important topic on how we scale women's entrepreneurship through non-financial services. Yesterday, we heard that 1/3 of businesses around the world are owned by women, about 34%. 6 million of them are formal businesses. We heard that if women and men own businesses will participate equally if women and men participate equally as entrepreneurs, that would boost global economic growth by $6 trillion. Additionally, we know that when women cross over into male-dominated sectors, their businesses have been found to be as profitable as men's. Yet, this enormous potential of women enterprises remains largely untapped due to systematic barriers facing women-owned and led enterprises. Constraints range from sector choices to cultural and social norms, and the reality that women entrepreneurs tend to have limited business networks. Providing non-financial services or access to information, networks, knowledge, and recognition is an effective means to tap into this great potential of women enterprises. But some of the perennial questions that Ines just raised around what really works for the women entrepreneurs, how to make NFS commercially viable, how to implement it at scale, what it takes to build a successful partnerships. A lot of these questions are still in the air, but we are very fortunate today to have representatives of 4 organizations with a proven record of effective non-financial services delivery who can help us answer some of those questions and understand what really works in supporting women in business. We have Naomi from the African Management Institute, we have Sarah from Stanbic, we have Karen from Digital Boost, and we have Alice from Business Professional Network in Rwanda. So the format of the session I propose, we spend about 35 minutes understanding different NFS delivery models, what works, what doesn't work, what makes partnerships successful, and leave about 10-15 minutes for you to answer, to propose questions to the panelists. So by the end of the panel, I hope we'll gain lots of insight on what it takes to design and implement effective non-financial services at scale. So we'll start with AMI, or African Management Institute, with Nancy. So African Management Institute has been around for over a decade, right, since 2013. I think since 2016, you have a very explicit focus on women entrepreneurs, and I remember that program that we did together actually for KCB Bank in Kenya, and Naomi Ndala presented it yesterday, so over 20,000 entrepreneurs now have access to non-financial services, and AMI was part of that journey. You are in 39 countries, you've reached over 37,000 entrepreneurs. Tell us a little bit about your services. I know that you segment the women's market. So if you can kind of present maybe your services as bundles for different profiles of women entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much, and we're in 8 countries, not 39, but I hope one day we are in 39. And thanks so much for inviting us. So at AMI, we've spent the last decade sort of figuring out what works and what doesn't work when it comes to supporting SMEs. And while we were on that journey, we found that we have really strong engagement with women SMEs. So we didn't start by defining our NFS only for women. We just found that we get really good outcomes. So our model is basically tools plus support. So we looked at research. There was a couple of research that had been done by the World Bank, and so we found 2 bodies of research, one around management practices, which is just basically traditional training doesn't work, but what works are these management type consulting support. And we looked and we said, how do we scale it? It tends to be unaffordable. It's quite expensive to get individual unique consultants. But so we developed all these tools with the purpose of scaling. And we also found some research on grit and resilience. So we found that when we pair practices and grit and resilience, we really see good outcomes. So what that typically looks like for an SME coming into our support, it starts pre-investment. So pre-investment, we are looking at enterprise level support, where we are supporting these SMEs, just put basic structures and basic systems that they can use to grow their businesses with the aim of accessing finance and making them more bankable, more credit ready. with these really practical tools that are evidence-backed. And then post-investment, it is unique because there we find that these businesses have gotten finance. Once you get an SME to access finance, the next immediate challenge is usually the skills gap. So there we work with mid-level managers who are like the engines of growth for these businesses, and we support them sort of accelerate that and just have that capacity to grow these businesses. So we've seen great outcomes in terms of impact. Just to mention a few insights, we see return on investment between 48 times the return on investment. We see these businesses are growing between 17 and 20% year on year. We've particularly seen good outcomes for women entrepreneurs. So first is that women entrepreneurs are creating more jobs. And when they create more jobs, those jobs tend to be for women. We've also seen that they're in critical sectors like agriculture, energy. They are overrepresented in these sectors. We've also seen that they upskill others. Just to give you an example, there's this woman entrepreneur in Machakos in Kenya. It's sort of a peri-urban center in Nairobi. And we see she goes in East Africa, we call them bodas. So she doesn't have to do it. She has a milk factory, but she just takes these young boys, they're boda drivers, and she trains them on customer service. She doesn't have to do that, but they go out of their way, just to give an example, to really transform their societies. But something that's unique is that we see women-led businesses are underrepresented for large businesses. So we find there are very few enterprises there that are women-led, but something interesting is that we see co-led businesses are overrepresented in large business samples. So there's really, I was sharing yesterday with a couple of ladies. I think we could do a lot in terms of encouraging co-led businesses. I don't know how we do that, but the data is showing that co-led businesses are growing faster, they're hiring more people, and it's very promising. Yeah.
Just can tell us about your typical delivery model, like how that works, how many sessions, obviously it's hybrid model, just tell everyone. And maybe for those kind of two different groups, pre-investment and post-investments, do they differ? How long it takes? What type of sessions?
Yeah, so we always start with segmentation, and we think segmentation is such a big factor in access to finance. I know it's overstated, but you'll be surprised at how it's underdone. Once you understand, you can support. So we start with segmentation, understand needs, and our support can tend to be between 4 to 6 months in terms of programming, and then it's hybrid. Businesses come in, they get access to these really practical tools that are on our platform. It's tailored to the diagnostic that they did at the beginning, so that you could be in a cohort-based intervention, but as Anne, you're unique, your needs are unique, so that way that's the beauty of using technology and leveraging technologies, that it's really tailored to you. And then we go on layering other layers of support. We do group coaching. They come to learning interventions. Running a business is hard. It can be lonely. Women and entrepreneurs in particular really value the coming together in webinars and workshops. So our support tends to look different in terms of the intervention, but we always start with understanding, and we are very gender sensitive in our programming, making access easy. Starting with sensitization, you find that you'll have a group of women here, but when it comes to application forms to the finance, none of them apply. So we try and understand and make access easy, make it flexible. So those are some of the things we do in our programming.
So it's basically knowledge and a number of tools online, and the kind of the knowledge and tools that are tailored to you, depending after you did that assessment to the skills and needs that you're, planning to acquire, and then women come together once periodically to share their experiences, and there's facilitated sessions around that, right? That's basically the model, right? For both groups, great. So hybrid, 4 to 6 months, and then there's access to those tools for a period of time, right? So that they can kind of still have the opportunity to go back.
Yeah, and if there's access to finance at the end, we've seen really good outcomes when it's tailored, when it's just not, no one likes skills for skill's sake. So every time there's access to finance, we really see that improvement. And also the fact that the tools are research-backed. So we create content for Africa, for our context. So it's not imported information. We're an African-led business, and as Africa, we are one, but also within different countries, we are very different. So we are very keen on localizing the type of intervention we're bringing. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Naomi. Moving to Karen, who traveled from the UK to share her experience with Digital Boost, which is a mentoring program. We spoke a lot about mentoring yesterday, and Digital Boost has been around for what, 3-4 years?
2021.
And has reached over 23,000 entrepreneurs with 4,800 mentors on its platform. So Karen, tell us a little bit about Digital Boost, how your model works, how you segment the clients to provide kind of more tailored services to different type of profiles.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be here. I'm very excited to share our experience. So as mentioned, Digital Boost is a mentoring, access to expertise, and peer learning platform. And our mission is really to make those what we call human-led support more scalable, more cost-efficient to deliver, and most importantly, more accessible, so that anyone who wants to start and grow a business can get that kind of support, because we all know that that's incredibly important. And the way that we do that is by leveraging technology, collaboration, and data. And so far, as you mentioned, we've been able to help, now it's nearly 25,000 businesses across the UK, and built a network of over 5,000 volunteer mentors. So how does it work? It's our typical entrepreneur who we support is female. So we are open to any entrepreneur across the UK. There are no restrictions on who can access it, but 65% of those we support identify as female, and that compares to about 20% of all entrepreneurs in the UK, so we significantly over-index there. And she can come in a variety of different ways, and she can come from any sector. We're sector agnostic. And we really, for us, flexibility is a core of the platform. So we don't prescribe that you must join in a certain way or do a different thing. One way she may start is in a program that we call Begin. And Begin is a 6-week guided journey, essentially, where we take them through the different steps to starting and growing a business, because most of our users run micro businesses. Many of them are solo entrepreneurs, typically at the beginning of their journey, although at all different stages. So if they are at the beginning, they can go through this guided 6-week journey, which they do with other entrepreneurs, so they get that peer support. It's very actionable. By the end of it, they've built the beginnings of a business plan, and they've got mentors for the different areas that they need. But the way many people come in is really just by coming to our platform and telling us what they need help with. So we all know that it's really hard to be an entrepreneur. You struggle with lots of things. But we also know that every entrepreneur is different, right? No business is exactly the same. So depending on where you are in your journey and what help you need, you tell us what help you need, or you can do a diagnostic to find out. And then our platform will recommend for you mentors that we think can help you on the journey. It's as simple as that. You can either choose the mentors that you're interested in connecting with, or our system will do it for you. We're really using technology to drive that matching process, and it can match on factors like gender, location, even disability, interests, etc. Once you've connected with a mentor, and as I mentioned, these are all volunteer mentors. They come from all across the UK, have different backgrounds. Many of them are entrepreneurs themselves. Some of them are former entrepreneurs who had so much support along the way that they want to give back. Some of them work for our corporate partners, a wide range of skills and expertise. Once you've connected with someone, the system will automatically set up a meeting between you. So we know that you've actually connected, and it avoids that back and forth with email that often happens, and then these things kind of die off. It will set up a meeting between you, And then you can have just one if you want. If all you need is a little piece of advice and guidance on something, you can do that. If you want to build a longer term mentoring relationship, you can do that as well. It's very, very flexible. And one of the key things is that you can get multiple mentors. So we don't believe that one mentor has all the answers. We think actually a little team that's by your side that can support you can make all the difference. So you can get a marketer who has a mentor that has expertise in marketing, one who has expertise in funding, one who might have expertise in operations and logistics, whatever you need, and you work amongst yourselves. It is all done through our platform though, or at least the connections are done through our platform, so we're able to track that data to understand what's happening, what's working. And after every session, we ask people how it went. So everyone is kind of building up a bit of a score in a way about their mentoring skills, what they're good at, what they need help with. And the mentees as well, we're learning more and more about their needs, where they are, to guide them on their journey. And then once you're in the platform, you're then consistently sent recommendations of mentors we think that might be able to support you, of peers that we think you should connect with, of learning programs that we think might be right for you. And we also run a series of masterclasses and action learning programs that are run by our volunteers. They come to us and say, we want to run this, and the system manages all of that. So there's a full slate of events every single week that folks can tap into. It's all unlimited, it's all free, and you can come and use as much or as little as you need, depending on where you are in your journey.
Great, thank you, Karen. Couple follow-up questions. We'll tackle, you just said the services are free. We'll talk about how actually your revenue model works later, but how do women entrepreneurs hear about digital booths? How do you acquire clients?
Yeah, actually our number one source of new customers is word of mouth. So people come and they have a really wonderful experience and they tell their friends. But we also work really closely within the communities. So we work with local community organizations, we work with local government economic growth bodies to help do that. So referrals, word of mouth are the number one thing, because what we find in the UK also is there's a little bit of, well, wait a minute, what is this service? Is it, can I trust it? Where is that coming from? So we work very, very closely on building that referral pipeline.
Excellent. And well, it's working really well in the UK. Any plans to expand
Absolutely.
beyond?
Yeah, absolutely. So the platform works globally. Right now, about 15% of our users are outside of the UK, but we really wanted to get it right in the UK before we went global. And we really wanted to make sure that the platform offered the right level of customization to be able to deliver programs that would work in different countries, because we know that one size fits all doesn't work. We didn't want to just throw it out there. So we are at the point now where we are ready to begin our international journey, and we're really in a learning phase where we're trying to understand what different markets need, what different entrepreneurs in different areas need. So I'm hoping to talk to many of you while I'm here to understand that. And one of the things the platform allows you to do is to create customized closed communities. So if you wanted to create a mentoring community on the platform and use it, it can be branded differently, it can be localized for a different country, it can be translated, etc. Or you can open it up to our wider one. It's very up to you in terms of how you want to do that. So absolutely, we are internationalizing.
Excellent. You need to make sure that everybody talks to Karen, after the session. The program is extraordinarily exciting, and you've been able to really scale it just in a few years. Moving back to the region, Stanbic Uganda, Sarah, you launched the Women's Market Program about 3 years ago, and the program has both financial and non-financial component. Of course, Stanbic Uganda is a leader, the largest bank in the Ugandan market. So tell us a little bit about the program. I know the way you look at the women's market there starts with segmentation as well, and then you design different bundles, both in terms of financial services, but for this discussion, most importantly, non-financial services. So tell us about that.
Thank you, Anna. So Stanbic Uganda, or Stanbic Bank, is part of Standard Bank Group. Standard Bank Group has representation in 20 countries with about 4 global centers and 2 offshore hubs. So Stanbic Uganda strategy is driven by Standard Bank as well, so it's cascaded down. So this is something that we focus on as a group. So in 2020, that was the time we had issues of COVID pandemic, and in Uganda in particular, we realized that women were going out of their way to take care of their families. So we said, what can we do to make sure that we uphold this woman who is upholding the family, which is the backbone of the economy at the end of the day. If the family is okay, the economy starts running. So that's when Stanbic for Her was given birth to. And we're helped by IFC. I'm happy I saw the IFC team here that helped us. And it has two offerings, both financial and non-financial. So when we look at the non-financial, we concentrate on 4 pillars. And this came up after we did our research and understood the challenges that women were going through at that point in time and solution backwards. So the first pillar is providing information under the NFS. So we try to make sure that we provide information. We created a network that helps the women go in on a platform so that they can access, but we also do sensitization on TVs, radios locally, because they will understand much better in their local language. And the second pillar, we look at education. So under education, we have financial literacy trainings. We also have an enhanced women in business training that was put up by IFC. It's a 3-day course that helps women understand how do you keep your books, because bookkeeping is key and it's a big challenge mostly for the women at the bottom of the pyramid. So they take them through how do you register your business, how do you make sure you're good to the taxman, how do you file. So at the end of the day, even HR, branding and marketing, all those are done through that. But we also have a Stanbic Business Incubator, which is a subsidiary of Stanbic Holdings. So through our sister company or flagship, we are able to also send in women for coaching and mentorship on top of the trainings. And then we look at the women that have done it all as SMEs or subject matter experts, and we let them handhold other women. So we train them, we do a trainers of trainers, so that these women take through the other women to get a clear understanding of the business because they have the expertise. And then the third pillar is networking. So we try to create networks. We have a database for the women that we train, under Stanbic for Her, even if it's outside the business incubator. This database helps them to network. So we even do create WhatsApp groups for these women to easily access each other. And when they have a common interest, they'll communicate much, much better. And that creates sustainability even without us. The second thing we do webinars, conferences and seminars. So you'll find we are part of many women associations. As they do engage, we bring them on board on our side, they also bring us on board on their side when they have any engagements. And then the last pillar is access to markets. So we make sure that we leverage on our corporate clients to create markets for our women. But at the same time, in October, we do physical markets around the country in all regions, and we are intentional. So we make sure that about 60% of the exhibitors are women. So when we look at other partners that help us with NFS through the business incubator, we have the NSSF High Innovator Accelerator, and the Stanbic Business Incubator is part of that. We also have the GIZ Green Transformation Program that also helps SMEs to become green. And they also offer them grants at the end of the day after scaling them. So in a nutshell, that is what we do under NFS.
Excellent. Sarah, you and I about 2 months ago had a discussion at your office about segmentation and segmenting women entrepreneurs, and you shared with me that you have 2 main segments, one very more micro, aspiring women entrepreneurs and then more established group, right? Yeah. Do you, and you definitely differ your financial services, so you'll tailor your financial services towards those two profiles. How do you think or bundle the services that you just described? How do you tailor that non-financial services toward those kind of two main profiles that the bank has in the business?
When you look at the profiling, it is both according to the revenue or turnovers for the business, but at the same time we look at the lifestyle as well. So we first came up with personas to create the profiles. So we came up with 4 personas at the beginning. So we have a woman in the market, the woman at the bottom of the pyramid, we call Mama Nachi. Then we have a university graduate. This is a woman that has graduated, but at the time they don't have a sense of direction of what exactly they want to do. So they are trying out different things, and the lifestyle is about, if I get something to eat, I can get another business tomorrow. But for the woman at the bottom of the pyramid, it's all about, if you don't work, you can't eat or you will not survive. So it's hand to mouth. Then we go to the middle, where we have a woman that is established, but still is looking for opportunities everywhere. So she's running everywhere. She needs to be guided on what works best for her. And then we have a top woman, still an SME, that is established enough, but is looking for opportunities outside Uganda. So they are looking at exporting, they are looking at expanding their businesses. So when we segment these women, we look at an individual woman entrepreneur under personal and private banking. But we also look at a formalized woman. So we have informal and formal businesses. So when it comes to the formal businesses, we qualify them according to the IFC qualification.
And then when you think about non-financial services, it's more financial education type of services for the kind of the aspiring kind of livelihood entrepreneur and basic business management, and more mentoring, coaching for kind of the established one.
Yes. So when we bring it to the NFS side, you realize that when we look at coaching and mentoring, you look at the top tier because they're already there. But the woman at the bottom of the pyramid needs to understand how to run her business mostly. So you look at bookkeeping being a key to them, and also getting the women up to handhold them at the same time so that they understand the business much better. But as we try to enroll them into the different NFS opportunities that come along, you'll find that the woman at the bottom of the pyramid, surprisingly, is eager in terms of understanding or learning, because they realize when they get mentors that have done it, they get the zeal to go out and make sure they shine as well. So we have a graduation model that we look at the end of the day using NFS. Excellent. It helps us get into that graduation model.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sarah. That's excellent. So kind of tailoring, understanding the profiles of entrepreneurs and really tailoring services according to specific needs and priorities of kind of each profile, which will be very, very critical, rather than one size fits all. Moving to Alice, coming back to Rwanda, and tell us about the program and kind of the main elements of the program, and a little bit of the history and how you reach women entrepreneurs here.
Good morning, and I would like to first appreciate everyone who is here in Kigali today, and we don't take this for granted. As a country, we are very intentional in every step we do, And I do believe personally that the signing of the code yesterday is it's a milestone that is coming in at the right time. As we say in entrepreneurship, it's important to do the right thing at the right time, at the right place. And for Rwanda, it couldn't have been better for signing the code yesterday. And we can assure you that this is going to be transformational. As we heard, all the changes that happened here 10 years ago, we didn't have any women CEOs. Today we have 5 women leading banks. And so I very much forward to everything that is going to follow. So an appreciation to Ines Bosco for making this possible. Yes, and now back to entrepreneurship. So I represent BPN, Business Professionals Network. I'm the country director. And it's a business development program that originates from Switzerland. We operate in 6 different countries, including Rwanda and Uganda. Uganda since last year, so the Uganda program is still very young. And the purpose of BPN is really to be the partner for growth for entrepreneurs, so men and women. And when we say partner for growth is that because we consider entrepreneurship as a journey. It's not, deciding to be an entrepreneur is not an end in itself. And on that journey, it's important to have people you trust, places you can go anytime, in any circumstances, and get the support you need. So we do have programs as well. We offer coaching, we offer executive coaching, we offer capacity building, networking opportunities, access to finance. But I believe where our strength is as an organization is changing people's mindset. So being on the ground, listening to entrepreneurs, listening where they're coming from, seeing the barriers, and adjusting the program as we go. So we don't have a fixed program that we offer. We do add aspects that we see that are needed. For example, one of the things that we did is to create a program called Demystifying Banking for SMEs. Because we realize that the bank institution, the financial institution do not understand the SMEs. The SMEs do not understand, and it becomes like, yes, yes.
Maybe just a quick question. How do women entrepreneurs hear about the business, the professional business network?
Yes, that's a good question. So basically, because we focus on the growth stage, so we select those that we believe that have the stamina to create jobs. Our focus is strongly on creating as many jobs as possible, so we are very selective, and those we work with, we've seen 30 to 40% of them becoming leaders on the market, going global. We've seen women starting businesses with a turnover of maybe 15,000 a year, and some of them are reaching $1 million turnover this year. So that's the type of growth that we are targeting.
So you're targeting the kind of growth-oriented women entrepreneurs, and you acquire them through partnerships with financial institutions, or?
Yes, that's one of the sources. We have a lot of, as well, word to mouth. So entrepreneurs bring other entrepreneurs. But in terms of women entrepreneurs, I have to confess that at the beginning we did not differentiate. We felt like we give the same opportunities, men will come, women will come. And COVID hit, and we were mandated by the Private Sector Federation, the Chamber of Women, together with UN Women, to support a group of 50 women entrepreneurs who were struggling during COVID. And suddenly we had a cohort of women. We had never had that, women only. Yeah. I was personally blown away by the power that this group had, and also by understanding that, in fact, what hinders the growth of businesses is Indirectly, yes, access to finance and all the things we are discussing, but basically it's someone who listens. A woman would tell you, you know, I lost my child. And ever since, I don't feel motivated. Or, I'm doing this business because my husband is insisting. But in reality, I love making cheese. And I know, and I make cheese at home, and I do, just as an example. And then, so can you help me build that business and so when you have those conversations, it unlocks something that was not there. We've been invited to conversations with the partners, like, can you also talk to my husband? And the husband realizes if she brings in these people, she really means it. I need to support her. So that's the potential of women lies strongly in the bottom-up approach. Listening to them, providing a space where they can exchange, telling them, yes, you can do this. I would like to conclude with a lady called Liz. She came to see me she started homeschooling. She couldn't afford the existing international schools that were available in Kigali, and she decided to start. She started having kids from friends, from neighbors, and it grew. And she couldn't afford to have it at home. She moved. And then she came to see us when she was at that stage of moving out of the house. And she said, you know, I'm passionate about Montessori, but I don't know if it would work in Rwanda. And she said, we motivated her to do it. She wrote a business plan. Today she is among the top 10 schools international schools in Kigali. And when you talk to those women, they will tell you, oh, if you have not told me you believe in me, I would never have done this. So I think that's where we need to put our effort. Really, the financial institutions to partner with organizations, it's understandable that a financial institution cannot put in that effort.
Great.
And so it's important to work with organizations, institutions that are providing those individualized bottom-up. We need to listen, and rather than take a top-down approach and have a fixed solution for everyone.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Alice. So for what I understand from our four excellent speakers, from your experience, some of the key elements of designing a successful program is starting with the client, really understanding the different profiles and different needs and priorities of different women entrepreneurs, and then designing your programs tailored to those different profiles and needs, leveraging the power of data for designing the products, but also iterating them as more data is coming in, and building effective partnerships, because clients partnerships are important for client acquisition, for, providing the programs at scale. And I have a feeling partnerships are also key to designing a sustainable business model. So maybe we can quickly speak about that. From what I understand, none of the organizations are charging women for any of the services, non-financial services. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, maybe with an exception of some, and you do. Okay, so maybe speak to that, AMI, and here also Alice, how your revenue model works, and then we can speak in general about the business case.
It's a good conversation to have now, because the development landscape that has for so long sort of subsidized NFS is drying up, and we really need to have sustainability at the core. So for us at AMI, a couple of years ago, we started testing different payment models for entrepreneurs, and we were surprised to see that the outcomes, of course, are better for paying businesses, almost like they have skin in the game. And there's also, I think because the development landscape had sort of distorted the market, there are so many free programs. Why would an SME choose to pay for my type of intervention, for example? So it forced us to go back and ask, what will success look like for these SMEs? And they care about revenue growth. If you show them that this moves me from here to here, they care about return on investment, and they really care about being understood. So for us, we used that, and we also used accreditation. So for the paid program, we partner with Stanford Seed. It's part of the Stanford Graduate School of Business, and that sort of helped bring credibility to it. And in terms of pricing, we tried different models. What worked was a tiered approach. So different SMEs pay different price points based on their size. But it's also really encouraging to see that some financial institutions are choosing to pay off their balance sheets, like off their books. Like I know Coop Bank is here. There, I saw Rachel. Hi, Rachel. So I know they do pay us to run NFS programs. So it's interesting to now see that we really have to look inward and not on development as we have before to subsidize, and just be creative and really focus on value. And I think for the value or the picture of success for the financial institutions is what we know is show how this NFS will help improve default rates, show how it will improve uptake of bank products, show how it mobilizes savings and makes more and more businesses bankable. When we start to talk the bottom line for the bank, then we'll get sort of uptake for NFS, and it stops being a soft thing that you do, because like she said, it's so catalytic when you combine access to finance with support, and you really start to see that.
Naomi, what are some of the ranges of pricing? Just kind of for the audience, because a lot of it comes from this region, just to understand what's kind of the appetite for this type of services and what the clients are willing to pay.
Yeah, so it's really a range because we work
So ranges
for
from what to what?
So the lowest has been $170, $75 for us, for the small.
Yeah.
So these are sort of smaller businesses, all up to thousands of dollars if it's really specialized and if it's really customized.
So women entrepreneurs are willing to pay if they see the value,
yes,
right?
If you
but
show
you have
them
to
the
have a
value.
tiered approach.
Yeah.
That's great. And Alice, how does your model work?
Yes, it's very similar, basically. We do as well have a range of between $200 and up to thousands. So those women who have, so to say, made it and who are looking at scale, they are willing to pay more than $1,000 for a program. And I believe the aspect, what she just said is, it's important that there's skin in the game, but it also has an aspect of, we respect you. We are not here to feed you. You're a business person, you can contribute. And people do that. They appreciate when you give them value for the money. Of course, they can never afford the full price of, the full value of the services that they receive. Like the program I was talking about, Banking for SMEs, it was sponsored by I&M Bank, so we co-designed it with I&M Bank. Entrepreneurs would not have been able to pay that price. But I believe it's part of our responsibility as service providers to also prepare entrepreneurs for the market. When you grow, you will not get things for free. And yeah, so and it's appreciated.
You have those examples of programs that are able to, basically charge entrepreneurs for this very valuable services, because again, the biggest question in our field, we all know non-financial services are pivotal, but they're expensive. How do we make that work? Karen, you chose not to charge entrepreneurs in the UK. What maybe very quickly, what was your thinking behind that?
Yeah, we made the decision not to charge because in the UK, there is quite a lot of business support out there, but a lot of it is very restrictive in terms of who is eligible for it, and there's lots of barriers to it. So we really wanted to create something that was inclusive and could reach those entrepreneurs who weren't able to get support in other ways. So 70% of the businesses we support have never had any other kind of business support whatsoever. And so the way that we're able to fund it is by working with corporate partners. And we work with a range of corporate partners who want to support small businesses, including banks, technology companies, and others who have small businesses as customers. And importantly, we are owned by a charity, but we do not work with those corporate partners in a charitable way. For them, it's business. They come to us because they want to find ways to build their brand with small businesses. They want to find ways to build goodwill, so for example, when people come through our programs, they leave with a very good impression, and we measure this of the companies that are sponsoring the programs. Our NPS is 74, so they come away thinking very, very well about that. And then what they get in return, they get, the companies get not only the leads for the customers, but they get, or the, not direct leads, but branding, but they also get data. So we collect an incredible amount of data, and we can disaggregate that data in lots of different ways so they can understand the needs of businesses, what are businesses asking for, how is that working, et cetera. So it's really it's a business case for them, and we can also support their employees in terms of helping them develop as mentors, et cetera.
And great, thank you so much. And Sarah, for Stanbic, the business case for providing non-financial services is around what?
So in Stanbic Bank, our business case for providing NFS is the first thing we look at. This is not a corporate social responsibility. It is a core part of our strategy. So when you're doing that, you have to invest in this, although we also look for funding. But you find 70% is with us. Yeah. And why? Because we've come out to realize that women that are trained will live to be with you for a longer time. And these become high-valued businesses because you're incubating them to create value or to make them gain more and more. And women are good referrals. So the moment you bring them on board and you've done something good for them, they'll make noise about it. So at the end of the day, they'll be loyal to you and they'll create referrals for you. And another thing we looked at, when you look at the skilling of this woman, you're also creating a portfolio of SMEs. And when you create this portfolio, in the long run, the balance sheet will just speak for itself. So when you look at a woman under NFS, majority of us get scared about the capital that you need to inject in to do that. And as banks, of course, we're profit-oriented, so you find at the back of our mind is like, will we get this out at the end of the day? But when you look at the long term, you don't make it short term. You end up getting more value out of these women. I can give you an example of...
Maybe we have about 1 minute.
Yes.
But I think, can I just summarize that you see the kind of the business case for Stanbic is around increased revenues in terms of potential interest income, shared wallet, greater loyalty, and greater loyalty, greater reference. Women who've taken NFS also stay longer with the institution. Is that correct? Also, the study that was done by IFC and FMO with kind of in collaboration with Consumer Centrics, we also found that women who've taken NFS have lower NPLs. So this is there's a very clear case for banks that are providing non-financial services, maybe free of charge, but they benefit through other revenue streams from those clients.
Very true.
I would like to ask organizers if I have time for one question, since we started a little bit later. 1 or 2 questions. One, Kirill says, from the audience. I see from Yoruba, Brad Bank does a lot of NFS,
Yeah.
of course, for their women entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. I have a question for Karen. I just want to know that the mentors that work for your network, do you make any payments to them? I mean, why would they provide the mentorship to the entrepreneurs? Are they also doing it as a charity, or you are actually paying them so that they are serious about providing the mentorship? And how are you tracking that? I mean,
We don't pay them.
yeah.
And actually, when we first started, we thought that was going to be the really hard part, was to get people to do it. We found that really there's 3 types of volunteers that we have. So some of them work for our corporate partners, so they do it as part of their leadership development programs often. It's an opportunity as part of that. Some of them are entrepreneurs themselves who just want to give back. They got success on their journey and they want to give back. There is a third group, though, that is an interesting group, and these are ones who really are starting their own businesses in terms of advisory services. So we've got lots of people that are starting marketing, advisory firms. They might have worked in corporates and now want to go out on their own. And so this gives them an opportunity to gain the experience and gain the testimonials and the credibility and that kind of thing. So we give them real-time feedback. So every mentor is getting feedback every single time they do a mentoring session. So we know who are the ones that really are doing very, very well, and they get lots of feedback, and we share that feedback with them. If there are mentors that we're seeing that maybe they need some support, we have mentor training we can put them on, and very, very rarely there'll be mentors that will say, actually, do you know what, maybe this isn't right for you, but it's very, very rare. We track it extremely closely. What we do, though, we don't pay them, but we do try to find opportunities for them. So we'll look for speaking engagements for them. We will give them opportunities to host events, things that will help build their profile, and we do a lot about recognition. So next week is our Mentor Awards, and we do a lot about social media in terms of helping them to build their profiles.
Great, excellent. Maybe one more question.
Okay, thank you. This is Senator from FSD Ethiopia. Okay, my question is to Sarah, maybe as a women's banking. How do you influence the other financial institutions in the ecosystem? Because you do have already the business case at an institution level. So how do you influence those at the regulatory position, and how do you influence in other financial sector? Maybe another question is for Naomi. It's about sustainability. Coming to the SMEs, there are another issues. For example, the marketplace is another issue, and the taxation is also another issue. How do you address those issues? Have you been working with the regulators? Have you been working with the government and institutions to address those issues in order to make such efforts more sustainable? Thank you.
So when it comes to other financial institutions, at the beginning, of course, most financial institutions felt like they're leaving money on the table, because when you're doing gender-sensitive financing for women, you have to leave margins that make them comfortable to approach you. But along the way, it became a national agenda. And I'll tell you that she's helping the country right now to develop a gender dashboard. So it's going to become a requirement by the central bank at the end of the day to see how do you support women. But when you do good things, the noise in the market becomes big. And when government decided to bring this as a national agenda, we have right now a grant from the World Bank to the government of Uganda under the GROW project managed by PSFU. PSFU is here, Private Sector Foundation. It's about $217 million. So we are only 6 participating financial institutions, and you know what, this creates impact to the others if you're not involved. So other banks have to wake up, whether they like it or not, to support the women, because at the end of the day, the way she said it, women are good borrowers. Our NPL is way below 1%. So when you look at the banks that have not given this focus, at the end of the day, the way they are growing their numbers is not as fast as the banks that have really accommodated women and appreciated them.
Yeah, then
so maybe quickly.
Yeah, really quickly. I'm not sure if the question was sustainability was around our model, but I take it that it's sustainability to the economic shocks that maybe SMEs go to maybe. To answer that, for us, grit and resilience is really at the core of what we do. And when you really look at SMEs, and if we could all just take time to really empathize at what they go through, there's a lot of shocks in terms of just climate shocks, economic shocks, political shocks. And I think even what's happening in the world right now, where countries are sort of looking inward, I think there's an opportunity for us to really support our SMEs, because we know SMEs are the ones who create jobs. And we are now being forced at country level to really work on their resilience, because they are the ones who are going to solve our economic challenges. And I hope financial institutions can come on board, particularly at country level, because they sort of hold SMEs at scale, this brick and mortar type of businesses. And I think it's really an opportunity, and NFS provides that platform to really cultivate these businesses so that they survive, because we really need them to survive. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insights. We heard from 4 different models, 4 different revenue models, 4 institutions that have leveraged research, data, partnerships to build programs that are reaching thousands of women entrepreneurs in a way that's sustainable and leveraging kind of technology, advancing kind of women's entrepreneurship in your respective markets. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, amazing panelists. Yes, yes, let's appreciate them. They've taken us through the different non-financial services that are really working, that are really scaling and also supporting female-led businesses. In our next panel, we're going to be hearing from the change makers themselves. Is what we are hearing really working? Is it really responding to the needs that they have? And yeah, since yesterday, we've heard from policymakers, we've heard from regulators, financial service providers. We're now going to hear from the ones who actually do the hard work. Once again, with a lot of enthusiasm and excitement, help me as we welcome our panelists and our moderator for the next session. Our first panelist, we have Susan Nakami, Regional Lead, Africa, Village Capital, Kenya. There she is. You're welcome, Susan. We have Marianne Ochola, Regional Manager, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Managing Director, Endeavor, Kenya. You're welcome, Marianne. You're welcome. We have Pahadi. Very excited to also get to hear from her amazing work that she's doing here in Rwanda. Pahadi Imfura Nishimwe. She is the founder and managing director of Wood Habitat Rwanda. Let's appreciate her. Our last panelist, also from Rwanda, Sharon Akanyana, founder and managing director, Isho Foods. There she is. You're welcome, Sharon. And our moderator for this session is none other than our very own serial entrepreneur, Malik Shafi, who's going to be diving deeper into this discussion. You're welcome, Malik. Malik, no pressure. You'll be dealing with 4 powerful women. All the best to you.
Right. Good morning, everyone. This makes me so happy. Of course, a little bit of pressure. But the good news is we just heard from some ESOs, right? And they're talking about entrepreneurs. So I feel like this conversation is going to be very heated. they've stopped. A lot of people have been speaking on your behalf. So let's see if what they said is true, right? Maybe we can just start with quick introduction, starting with you, Sharon, with your name and what you do as we start the panel.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. My name is Sharon Akanyana, and I'm the founder and managing director of Asia Foods. We're a dairy processing company. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paradis Nishimye Imfura. I am a furniture designer. My company is Wood Habitat, and I'm always proud to be on panel with Sharon because I love her yogurt.
Thank you, Paradis.
Good morning, and I'm Miriano Chola, the Managing Director for Endeavor in Kenya and also for the region. We're a network of high-growth tech and tech-enabled founders.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Nakami. I am the regional lead for Africa at Village Capital. We are a global organization providing social and financial capital for seed-stage impact-creating startups across the globe.
Thank you very much. So this conversation is about growth. So we are here to really understand what it takes to grow a business, especially for women founders, right? Because let's be honest, talent is everywhere, but access isn't. The gap isn't just the ideas, right? It's the capital, the coaching, and the connection. That's what most people also think here. So you entrepreneurs will tell us if that's the right gaps that we think are. So this panel brings together the conversation to really understand that, but also especially looking at the different type of entrepreneurs. So we are talking about pre-seed, so those ones that just started, the seed, the early stage, Series A's and Series B. So what does that mean? We want the ESOs on the panel today to really break down that in terms of the type of entrepreneurs they focus and they support, and then what level of support you give them. So on that level, we are talking about we have on the panel, some of amazing women from Rwanda that has managed to come from a level 1 to another that can share their experience on what really that tech. So there is a lot of missing middles. So many women-led businesses fall into missing middles. So too big to be microfinanced, too risky to be commercial banks, and also lack of appropriate financial product. So no collateral loans, convertible debt, revenue, and then so forth. And then sometimes there is also the challenges that comes of being a woman. If you are married, you need the permission from your husband, and then so forth. So let's really talk about all of those challenges and then look into that. So without further ado, I would like to start with Susan. If you can please explain the startup segment you support, the typical profile, how you support them, and some of the results of women-funded businesses that you have supported.
Okay, thanks for that question. I just want to clarify that a lot of times when people hear Village Capital, we are mistaken to be a funder. I would like to say that we are everything. We are an ecosystem builder, so our support is directed to every key player in this ecosystem. So for the startups, the seed stage impact creating startups that we serve, we run accelerator programs for them that are tailor-made, and we also provide them with resources and tools that we have tailor-made for them. And then we also work with entrepreneur support organizations that support these startups. And for them, we will run co-led programs, which means sometimes we will have partners in different markets to then co-lead programs with us at Village Capital. We also provide them with the resources and tools that they need to support these entrepreneurs. And then the third thing we do is we work with capital providers to then do end-to-end fund management. So we structure and deploy capital for fund managers. And then lastly, we work with investors by, again, providing them with the right tools to be able to provide the right support to impact creating startups. So those are the 4 segments we work. But in terms of the sectors that we work in the climate space. We also work in economic mobility as well as equitable access to essential services. Now, our typical entrepreneur isn't an entrepreneur that is VC backable. So we work with seed stage startups, like I mentioned earlier on. So this is typically an entrepreneur who's looking to raise between as low as $20,000 all the way up to $2 million. They are tech-enabled, they have some traction going on, whether that is in terms of the sales or partnerships they've created or revenue, and they've typically raised than $500,000 in capital. So that is our typical profile that we work with. We also look at impact in the work that we support. So we look at both the social, economic, and environmental impact that they are creating. So I would say we are the people that would provide catalytic capital, and our alumni would then go to the next stage, which is my colleague here, Marianne, to be able to support like the fast growth. We really focus on the underserved markets and entrepreneurs that wouldn't be attractive to a VC, and so that is where we would typically work in. Yeah.
Right. Thanks. Marianne?
So your typical Endeavor entrepreneur is an entrepreneur that's building at scale right from the beginning. So their idea is that I'm going to build a product that not just serves Rwanda, but serves Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and the globe. They're also dreaming really big, and they're building usually products that are category defining. So those businesses don't exist in the market. An example of this is a business in Kenya that is aggregating TikTok influencers and then connecting them with big brands like Diageo or Coca-Cola. So that's not a business that exists. So it's a category defining business. The second is a business that's building infrastructure for banks to be able to credit score MSMEs, for example, leveraging technology. But that entrepreneur already has to have reached at least $1 million in annual revenue. And now the question is, how do we get them from $1 million to 10 million? And the belief here is that while 80% of jobs are being created by SMEs on the continent, we really do need more large, high-growth firms that are going to create jobs, and not just jobs, but quality jobs at scale, and are actually going to impact on GDP, and we just don't have enough of them. So the conversation I want to have today is why, first, we don't have enough of them, and then women are just not represented in the few of them that we do have, and what some of the ways that we're addressing that.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I'm missing how does women come in on both of you.
Yeah, so I'll give an example. We focus on women right at the core of our programming. So what I failed to mention is, since Village Capital started in 2009, globally, we have worked with over 1,800 entrepreneurs. 45% of those are female-led businesses or women-owned businesses. Now, for the Africa practice, we have worked with about 187 entrepreneurs. Now, that number is not massive, which tells you that our approach is really tailored. And the practice in Africa started in 2012. So over 10 years of working, and we've worked with 187 entrepreneurs. We have, over time, changed to really include the criteria of women-led and women-owned in all our programming, including how we make investments. And that's one of the criteria we look at for anyone that is looking to join Village Capital as an entrepreneur, or whether we are looking at our alumni to then make direct investments in. And that number has gone up. For the Africa practice, as an example, that number is currently at 65% women-led businesses. Yeah.
So when you look at VC in general, we just haven't done a good job, when it comes to female founders. Out of $2.2 billion that was raised in venture capital on the continent last year, less than 2% of that was raised by female founders. And a part of that is that generally, there are stereotypes around the businesses that female founders build. We want them to build more business in the care economy. We want them to build more businesses probably in the MSME, and those are not venture scale businesses. So our approach at Endeavor has been to build a program that we're calling the Scale Up Program, and that is to find female founders who they may not yet have hit $1 million, but they're building with that mindset of I want to build something really big. So we find them when they're at 200,000, 300,000 in annual revenue, and then expose them to the venture ecosystem. Because at the end of the day, the game changer is actually access to networks. So expose them to that ecosystem, but what we found is that women prefer more high-touch programs that work on building trust. And once we've designed a program like that, we actually see participation of women going up from less than 2% to 50%. So for us, it's how do we build high-touch programs that focus on building trust and that are actually about peer-to-peer, because that's where we see women thrive.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Paradis. Can you please explain your business and then share a little bit of your journey, your growth journey?
Okay. Are you talking because you are one of the people I run to with a lot of questions? Anyways, I had the privilege to see my mentor and coach, Alice, from BPN. And I remember when she found me 10 years ago in the backyard of my house, and I was just nursing a baby and telling her, you know, I believe I'm an entrepreneur. And I looked at her, it was around 10 a.m. in the morning. This professional woman, what is she doing in my house convincing me that I'm an entrepreneur? Anyways, I'll just take it. Yeah, fast forward, from from building a baby crib for my son to now getting to becoming a $1 million company and entrepreneur. Can you celebrate?
Yes, indeed.
Who's been mentored, I would call it, from a wholesome approach by Alice and BPN. And now we are a business that is recognized for premium and luxury furniture. Probably you've seen around, some of you VIPs have been at some of VIP lounges in Rwanda, to some cafes that are really, that stand out, and probably the golf course. Those are some of my projects. And I'm privileged to lead a team of 44 happy, dignified, employed people, where the management team is formed by women, and 90% of my team, we are all under 35, so we're considered youth. Wow.
Thank you very much. Sharon?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so we are Isho Foods, we're into dairy. We make a bit of jam also with locally sourced fruits, but we are mainly a dairy processing company. We supply our yogurts to about 200 supermarkets across Rwanda. We also supply to 3 5-star hotels. Very privileged because, yeah, we started in our home kitchen in 2017. It's been 8 years now. At the time, we were only 2 people. It was me and someone else. But yeah, you asked about our milestones, and we are now 57. We're now 57. We are HACCP certified. For you to be HACCP certified, you need to have the right team. You have to have the right documentation. It's a long process. It needs a lot of money. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank, I've seen them around here, all the people, institutions, banks, business development organizations that have supported us through this journey. We used a couple of sources of financing. We've now been able to apply for, what has kept us going is we've had access to about 3 loans now, a couple of grants, maybe 4 of them. Why I'm saying this is because this is a financial access meeting, and the grants and everything get you from one place to move from your kitchen to have a place that you rent and in the future, which is what we are planning, be able to get a place of your own. So we don't take this for granted. Such kinds of meetings and the ones that have happened before make the policies happen, the easy access to finance, so that we all as entrepreneurs profit from it, and many other women, not just women in urban areas, but even those, getting them the information and all of that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one of the beauty of our country, I mean Rwanda, is that if you're in the ecosystem, you probably had witnessed the amazing growth of these wonderful women. So pretty much everything they are saying, I'm sure some of us in this room have seen you guys growing in that way. So back to Miriam and Susan. So what are the gender differences that do you see in terms of business types, entrepreneurial profile, and challenge that particular comes for women profiles? Start with you, Susan.
Yeah, I can take that. And Marianne can chime in on this. I don't see challenges to women as based on the stage of a business. And we can start from as basic as just the general perception that women get, not just from investors, but like from, I don't know, the world we live in, and Africa especially, the perception where you kind of have this imposter syndrome, you don't know how to articulate yourself well, you also tend to downplay your achievements as a woman who is either building a business or just a career woman in general. So you're already negatively predispositioned even before you start. So that's challenge number one. And then when you go to the access to capital side, most of the sectors that are then VC backable or investable, which are tech-enabled, are male-dominated. So then how do you even penetrate as a woman? And you'll go down to even the questions that investors would typically ask women when you're pitching your business versus what men would be asked. So you'll find that a lot of women will generally be asked questions that are prevention focused, so things around your risks and your stability, versus prevention, versus questions to actually show the growth and scalability of your business when compared to men. And we actually did a research with IFC and World Bank around, it was very basic actually. So we took two voices, male and female, same kind of business, same valuation, same business model, and presented it to a bunch of investors. And they ended up selecting the male business to invest in just based off of a voice, right? So from there, you already see that is the bias. And that's where at Village Capital, we developed this tool called the peer selection methodology of due diligence, which basically takes out the investor as a decision maker to who the investment goes to. And we actually use entrepreneurs in the same cohort to rate the businesses that they are in the same cohort with. And that's actually how we've made our investments at Village Capital, from our sister company, Vilcap Investments, which was an $18 million fund that made over 120 investments. 110 of those were peer selected, and we've seen those businesses, 45% of them women-led, go on to raise over $7.5 billion in capital after that. So that already tells you what challenges that these women are facing, and I'm going to stop there and allow Marianne to speak a bit about her experience. But from my experience, I don't see it as a stage level challenge. I think most of the challenges that women entrepreneurs are facing are really global challenges, but also market-specific challenges. I've been an entrepreneur myself, and just to piggyback on what one of the speakers yesterday was saying about mentorship and sponsorship, there is a difference in that. I mean, I was lucky enough to have a male co-founder that was audacious and big enough that raising capital wasn't a challenge for me. But because we tend to undersell ourselves, one thing we also need to realize as women, if you are given the sponsorship, it's up to you to take up your space and be able to articulate properly what your business is and what you're looking for. Nobody is going to do that for you. So you can be mentored and sponsored, but you need to be able to rise up and take the challenge and speak about your business boldly and be able to sort of control what type of support you need to get and where that is going to get you.
I mean, and I agree with Susan, women are as ambitious and as talented as everybody else, and this room is testament of that. But there are key differences in how women build businesses, but also how the then ecosystem has sort of failed them as a result of that. So the first one is the cost of failure for women entrepreneurs is a lot higher than for male entrepreneurs. And we also, I mean, if you've been following the VC ecosystem, 2021, 2022, there was a lot of money in the ecosystem, you know, where interest rates were really low in the Western world, and a lot of venture capital came on what I call safari. It came on safari. And, you know, they were investing in anything. And when you do that, you lend yourself to people who are more speculative, people who are more likely to take risks. And a lot of those businesses really struggled after that. Not many are female-led. Because the way women build, we're more careful because we understand the cost of failure is a lot higher. So one of the things we do with the Scale Up program is that, yes, you're fundraising, but a female founder really needs to understand what exactly is this roundabout? Who is this investor? What are they looking for? Am I going to get along with them? Who else have they invested in? What do those people say about them as an investor? So women just tend to be more careful. And there's a reason for that, because the cost of failure is just a lot higher. Then the second is we've found that women, especially in our programs, they're not looking to be taught. They're looking for thought partners. You know? So it's not tell me the advantages or disadvantages of expanding to Uganda. No. It's sit down with me, understand my business, and then let's talk about, is this the time to go to Uganda, or should I perhaps go to a 6th city in Kenya? So thought partnership. But a lot of us just want to tell, you know, this is how you write a business plan. This is how, and women just don't operate like that, which is why chamas and this sort of things, we feel safer that way. So I think we need to understand that women build businesses differently, and we meet them there. Then as an ecosystem, the stereotypes, the cultural ones, as Susan has highlighted, the kind of businesses we think women should be building, you know, why are you not in the care economy, why are you not? Women can build fintechs as well. Women, and I think some of that is also storytelling and the female entrepreneurs that we used to celebrate and to inspire the next generation of founders to know we too can build category-defining businesses.
All right. So what I'm hearing is it's not about the stage, it's about the stereotype. And the stereotype literally starts even before women start a business, right? I'm hearing that women are not to be taught. They need a thought partner. They need a direction. So you don't have to tell them that, do this. It's more asking questions. I'm also hearing that the cost of failure is really high, right? So how does this resonate to you, Sharon? And your business, and if you give us some examples.
Yeah, so like both of them, I also think there are still businesses that people think these are for men and women would not perform, women entrepreneurs will not perform very well in them. And then we tend to do business in areas that are culturally accepted, say for example, small-scale agriculture, small-scale manufacturing, or even just retail. But again, we've also seen women who have gone into mining, construction, and they are very successful. But yeah, it has to do with, if you've seen it happen with Paradis, you'll see it happening with another entrepreneur, and then you'll be encouraged to go on. There are lots of hurdles in entrepreneurship. The other one is, someone touched on it, the responsibilities to balance home life and responsibilities at home. I have 4 children and a business that has to make it. Because on the market, when you go to supermarkets, they will not say, I'll take this product because it's It belongs to Sharon and she's female. They want a service, they want a product then, and they want the product. So, sorry. So yeah, it's confidence. It's for us to know that, as women, to know that if, and we are there. If men can do it, we can do it. We just need to have the right support and everything to support us. Thank you.
I like that you're ending on that. I remember a few years ago, probably maybe 10 years ago, when I was having a conversation with Paradis, she told me, Malik, I'm a carpenter, right? And this is a woman making a really strong statement that usually men make, right? But what you've done, Paradis, you've built a lifestyle brand. It's not just a carpentry brand, it's actually a lifestyle brand. So how does these conversations we are talking about resonate to your journey from starting on really building a strong statement that I'm a carpenter, like what men can do, I can do it. But then you actually manage to transform your strength into a really strong and successful lifestyle brand.
Thank you. And this is really thanks to, I love what you said about, did you say thought partners? Yeah, thank you, Malik, because you've been a thought partner in that regard. And with the coaching that I got from Alice, I remember my first training, which was my first year. So I'm a 21-year-old sitting in this business coaching session with a couple of other, with actually like 20 other entrepreneurs. And I have no idea about carpentry, but I'm in furniture business. And I remember my coaches challenging me, telling me, so you think you can do this? You need to go to learn carpentry. And I remember starting to travel in Kenya, where the carpentry industry is very well developed, in Italy, in Germany, every exhibition that there is to attend, every company around furniture, and especially carpentry, I built my skills. And what I love about what both of you shared is that I recognize the way that women build. We build by birthing and nurturing, which is what I did. And I would not take that. I'm so grateful that I had that journey of building, starting from the ground, and you know it, Malik. And right now, when I see how I am confident about my trade technically, I am confident about my trade in the vision, where are we going in the next 70 years as a company. And when I see the contribution we have on the market, I love, one day you told me that since we started making these famous doors, the aesthetic of architecture in Rwanda changed. And it's a huge privilege. So yeah, like with Sharon, we have to balance our family lives, our needs as women, and even our businesses. And one thing I really recognize about us, and especially about our ecosystem, is how privileged we are that we can do this. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. So, this morning panel, we heard a lot about entrepreneurship support, like training, coaching, mentoring, and then all of those things that many people think that entrepreneurs need, right? And when you talk sometimes to entrepreneurs, especially women founders, they tell you a different story, right? Oh, we've had enough of coaching. We've had enough of mentoring. So what we need is financing. What we need is investment. So again, back to you as women entrepreneurs, I really want to get a very open and honest point on this. To what point enough in terms of capacity building is enough? And to what point do you really need investment? And what kind of investment do you need, really? Start with you, Sharon.
So in other words, you're asking, is money really important? Have we had enough trainings and mentoring?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So yes and no, but let me lean towards yes the most, because part of why we've succeeded as in business as Asia Foods is most of it is 70% availability of affordable finance money. 70% of it. I cannot count the number of times that I've woken up at night and said, oh, I'm done with this. I've had this business is finished. My husband is a lawyer, and I wake up and tell him, please, let's close this. I cannot do this anymore. It usually happens when you are, after having a baby and you're nursing at night, and you're not sure, is this the hormones? Is it actually, do I want to close this? And all of those problems have been related to money. Either your cash flows are doing very badly, you're not able to pay your suppliers and all of that. So yeah, money very big time, and we were privileged to have the right forms of financing at the right time. Grants are very helpful. You can do whatever you want with a grant. You can do your product development and no one will come and say, what are you doing with this money? But yeah, there comes a time when grants will not suffice, but also, so maybe zero interest loans. There was a competition. It usually happens every year. That was our first loan, a zero interest loan. It really helped. And that gives you the confidence. I remember the time, it was a small loan, but I remember the time we were paying 100,000 Rwandan francs per month, which is about $70 now. And it was a burden, a huge, huge burden per month. But finally we were able to pay it off, and it was hard, but what it did for us, it gave us huge confidence to know that loans are not about bankruptcy and you not being able to pay, and give us the confidence to apply for the next one and the next one as maybe a small interest loan. And then now we are confident to apply for others, but we cannot go without saying that skills are equivalently very, very important. I'm also part of the BPN. We've gotten skills development in taxation, how do you deal with your taxes, skills in human resources. When you're a fast-growing company, those are all things that you need to learn. If you're an entrepreneur, be it a man or woman, and you're not learning every single day, then you're done. So I would say they go hand in hand. The money, yes, but the skills also equally very, very important. Thank you.
Maybe a quick follow-up question, Sharon. So you started with grants, affordable loans, but now you've grown, right? I need the financial sectors in this room to understand one thing. And you just said that you were scared of taking loans. So what happens now? Would you actually take a normal loan because you've learned how to manage a loan, etc.?
Very confidently, yes. Why? Two things. The banking sector has been very innovative, but I'm sure more innovation is needed. They kept on saying that guarantee or collateral is a problem. These days, banks, I know of banks and other institutions that take care of that for you, take care of the guarantee for you. That is very, 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 very huge. And also, some of the problems as not just women, but yes, when you're a company and you are growing, you have customers that are paying, you have supermarkets that are paying, and then you don't take care of your recovery or collection of money for you to pay that the loan. This is what we get from BPN. Yes, you have customers, but remember to do recovery. Sometimes when you don't have a team in place, so they work hand in hand. We can confidently take loans with such innovative, making it possible for people to access those loans.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paradis, enough coaching, enough mentoring, you need money. What is your take on that?
Okay. I actually had decided to limit the amount of coaching. I have a board of advisors that I run to, and they're very specific, creative, technical, financial. I have an advisory board that I go to for every specific area, even vision, like what's next. For me, that's the goal. And then the second thing, one thing that I really love about the mentorship that I've had access to till today, and also the reason why I would still encourage most of you that are funding these organizations, there are some of them, like BPN, for example, they really, really are ils ont les pieds sur terre. In English, it doesn't sound good, okay? Malik, you're gonna help me. They are real. They have the meat on the fire. So it's really not about them pushing numbers. It's more qualitative. And this is, to me, so important, especially in the world of today where everybody's a coach, everybody has an advice, everybody has another conference. So we really need organizations that have real meat, real substance as a service. And that's one thing I benefited from, and that's what I've been able to build from, and really made me who I am. But now, going to financing, all of you, I hope I have permission to say that...
Say it.
Okay, I say it.
Please.
I don't believe in the future of African entrepreneurship being fed by loans and grants. And I'm an example of going to bed crying, having no solution, but today I am loan free. And I'm not... Yes, and what the tremendous power it's built in me to build confidence, to be reliable to my market. Because the market can, like Sharon said, the market doesn't care. You're a woman, you cried at night, you're nursing at night. They don't care, they just want a product. And they want the product to perform, Malik, yeah? So to me, not relying on any other source of funding, but our revenues and our profitability have forced me as an entrepreneur. I always operate with these three lines. I innovate, I market, and I optimize. Okay. And I look at it like I always like to think about what's the next 70 years of my business. So, and I know that if I continue to, and I still believe in some businesses really need other source of funding, but I also believe that there is a level that start to become unhealthy, especially for African entrepreneurs. And I'm still here. Yesterday I was talking to my team and we were like, yeah, we have these big goals. So every morning we meet to talk about why we're here and what we're doing and why and who is doing what. So, and then when we concluded, they said, you know what would be cool is to start to see organizations coming and saying, you know, Wood Habitat, we really love what you're doing. We will have a grant that you're eligible for. Please help us develop this sector, which has already started to happen. So we look at ourselves as partners. And this funding comes in for partnership for bigger growth that are socially oriented, yeah?
Right. Thank you. So, affordable finance, tailored product, but not necessary to rely full 100% on loans. Miriam, Susan, what do you think about this? I start with you, Miriam.
No, I don't want to shoot you. I actually want to say how important it is that comes from an entrepreneur. And I'll say that because one of the barriers that we've identified in terms of why women are attracting very low in venture capital is because we have too much grant in our capital stack. And so when we have too much grant in our capital stack, commercial investors sometimes take that as a signal that your business doesn't have strong fundamentals. So I think there is a place for grant, but to your point, there's an over-reliance that makes it difficult for women founders to then raise risk capital later on. Now, the paradox is, male founders are raising grant, but they tell a very different story. They use it for R&D, they use it to test a new market, they don't use it to pay salaries and to run the business and to keep the lights on, or even if they do, that's not the story they tell. So I think the whole grant conversation, actually an investor did tell me about a business, this is a private sector NGO. It's not, and basically what they were saying is, you know, the grant stack is just too much. So I just wanted to acknowledge your courage for saying that. And then I do agree, we have heard from female founders that we're over-mentored and underfunded. Some of them have also told us, we feel like we're show ponies, you know? That the amount of publicity that some of our organizations are putting out for female programs is not commensurate with the amount of capital that we are actually giving them. So I think we have to ask ourselves, some of these programs, whose interests are they serving? And they need to be founder-led. What do founders need? What are founders asking? And not what our organizations need and what and a challenge to especially those of us who are, donors and funders is how do we create incentives that force us as ESOs to be more founder-led and not program-led, where we're more designing for the donor than we are designing for female founders. So that's the other thing. And then the third thing is, in addition to the mentoring, which some female founders, especially as they get bigger, are pushing back on, our programs need to have market access, that we're connecting founders to our networks, whether that's corporate supply chains, whether that's, so to your point, there's substance to it. So market access to capital, full-on capital beyond my organization. Who else am I handing over this female founder to? Access to talent and partnerships. And an example I have of this is one of the big telcos in Kenya, as part of their ESG, they need to increase the female suppliers and vendors. Those are partnerships we need to be building as ESOs to make sure that it's not just training and mentoring, but there's actual commercial value that we're adding to female founders.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Susan, in 1 minute.
I think after the two of them have spoken, it's just redundant for me to add anything. And I really love that the aspect of not raising capital actually came from an entrepreneur and not from us. But to build on that, I do agree with both points that have been made that, yes, founders are over-mentored, not just female founders. And the challenge here is really around the support that we provide as ESOs, because, and even the DFIs in the room and donors and the big funders, we sort of have this one-size-fits-all, which is not the way to go, and we provide blanket support. So we really need to tailor-make solutions based on the needs of the founders that we are serving. But to respond on whether or not you should raise capital, and I'd just like to feature one tool that we've done at Village Capital that serves both founders and ESOs, because I think founders tend to assume that ESOs don't have a struggle with a lack of resources. I think we also struggle with a lack of access to capital. So we've built this really cool tool called Abaca, and it's free. You can Google it right now, ABACA, for both entrepreneurs and ESOs. And what this tool does is it helps you set milestones based on eight key points. So that's your team, your problem, your solution, your growth trajectory, your business model, and you will be able to set milestones. And at each level, it tells you what sort of funding you need to look for. So that actually prevents a founder from going to raise VC capital when at a certain stage they actually need to be looking at family and friends, or they need to be looking at impact investment as an example. I was at a pitching competition 2 weeks ago where this startup providing solution in waste management, and she makes these bags out of banana fibers. And she was pitching to raise $400,000 from us. But then I asked her, what sort of capital do you need? And she said, VC. And I asked her why. And she had no clue. So when we say that we need money, I think as a founder, any founder, not just a female founder, you need to be able to understand the fundamentals of your business. Does your business model make sense? What does your growth trajectory look like? And at what stage do you need to be raising VC capital, if at all? Because honestly, I think like 60% of businesses don't even need to raise VC capital.
That's true. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So final question, less than a minute for everyone. What are the 3 most important interventions needed to create a healthy startup, enabling ecosystem, and in particular to support female founders? Start with you, Sharon.
So we've said it all, but yeah, number 1, access to affordable and tailored finance.
Yes.
And being there. One of the panelists yesterday was saying banks and other institutions need to go down there on the field. Sometimes not just women entrepreneurs need to see the bank people in their face telling them we have this facility and all of that. So just being there, mentorship and capacity building. And on the side of banks and finance institutions, the scale of them being to reach these women-owned businesses. So is it not, how do you move from 50 entrepreneurs, especially women that you are supporting today, to how many? If we are to be a high-income economy on the side of Rwanda by 2050, so it needs to, there has to be speed. Yeah, there has to be, the difference between using company revenues as a business, like Paradis was saying, eventually for businesses, again, it depends on the kind of business, but the difference is the speed. If you need financing, it's revenues for the company, but also loans are important, but eventually we should be not dependent on these. Yeah. And also on the side of, again, I talked about innovations on the side of banks and institutions that support with financing. Guarantee financing, I talked about it. I also have a colleague who has a business that supports women, especially on imports. How do they support you if you have the cost of importing and exporting? So it is all of that, the speed, the scale, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe conscious of time, Miriam, you can respond from here. So, okay, Fadi, go.
No, because I hope today I can have some connections among us here, among these people that are in this room. In fintech, I'm passionate about finance. Right now, I'm graduating in finance this year because I really want to understand. So I'm looking to connect with people that are in fintech. And like you said, for my business, we are really looking for markets, for the market, really, for a bigger market across the world. That's what I'm really looking for right now. And the last thing, I am considering grants, but I'm really looking at what they have to achieve. I'm looking at the organizations, what are their TOR and their vision. So yeah, this is...
So I won't repeat on the affordable capital. Yeah. I think intentional programming, programming that is aligned to how women build. So thought partnering more, access to markets, opening up networks. But you know what would be really, really powerful? I think if any of the banks or corporates in the room actually take a stake in a female-led business, so strategic investment, not just, loans. So if there's a business that you really like, they're building infrastructure for SME lending, take a stake. Because what that does is it creates a path for women to see, I can start small, but that's where I'm trying to go. Mm-hmm. And if a female founder, for example, exits her business, that creates liquidity, and a female founder will for sure be a better investor to other female founders than maybe some of us who've never built a business. So I think an exit, liquidity, and having women invest in other women. Yeah.
Yeah, so two things for me, because I don't want to repeat what they've already said. I think one, a fit for purpose capital for all founders really, and female founders. And also, let's just get rid of this silo working that we have in the entrepreneur support space. We all need to work collaboratively and stop using generic BDS models and one size fits all. So that will be all for me.
Thank you very much. I'm going to borrow 2 minutes to maybe take 1 or 2 questions in the room. This one.
We'll take 1 question from that table and 1 question also from that table.
Can you hear me? Yeah, closer. Thank you very much. Could you please tell us a little bit about your funding structure? How did you fund your businesses 10 years ago? And what kind of funds did you use? Yes, loans, banks. Did you interact with financial institutions? Thank you.
Is the question to who? What is the question?
To the 2 entrepreneurs.
Okay.
Should we take the next question before you answer that?
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Ruth Aisha Kasolo, and I coordinate the Grow Project, which is a fund is looking at supporting women in all areas to access entrepreneurial and financial services. It's a grant from the World Bank, and we are supporting women in all the core areas, access to finance. We give grants, we give loans, training and mentorship, apprenticeship, and I've worked with women for the last 20 years. So there are a few questions that I wanted to ask. I think I find your stories very exciting and interesting. And having worked for women, there are two things I want to ask. One, as I see all of you here, one of the challenges I see with women is that they never want to look at their businesses in a very bigger picture. For example, in my country, if I ask how many women do we have in the manufacturing sector, yes, we do have. But if you look at the top 400, for example, companies, over 4,000 companies, you can't find one for a woman. And when it comes to going across borders, it's an issue. So now I want to ask you, as African women, we have the continental free trade area right now. And we need to think about the large markets in Congo, in Egypt, in what? How are you preparing yourself for that? Do you even aware of incorporating the languages of Africa? For example, single thing of languages of business for Africa. How are you ready for that? Number two, the other issue I see with most of the business women, especially those that have families, children, husbands, there's a very big challenge, women integrating family members in their businesses. And I wanted to hear from you. If you have children, if you're married, how are you trying to do that? What kind of support are you getting to ensure that your businesses can be more sustainable and grow better? Thank you.
Cool, thank you. I think that's the kind of a takeaway questions for everyone in the room. Maybe the entrepreneurs, you can quickly reflect on those two questions, less than a minute each. I start with you, yes.
Okay, I'll start with family because I'm such a big fan of family. I believe that every woman has something in them, at least the women that are around me, that I've seen, that I've had a chance to interact with, of birthing and nurturing. So I am a family advocate, and I love that question because I believe it's not a challenge, but it's an advantage. I don't know where I would be if I was not a family-minded woman. I really don't know. And I remember talking, and this is why I really like having these conversations with my thought partners. I like that word, Alice. And she really is a believer in scaling our businesses, but also building families. And to me, that's the future we're building, because if we start to strip women from their family needs and calling from our society, I'm not sure about the businesses we'll be building without having a family as a foundational institution that is strong. And I'm here for it, for everything that family has to have, and a great business. And I see it, both of them, as something that is so beautifully integrated together. And the second question, I love the question that she asked about how are we prepared. And personally, in my business, we prepare qualitatively, we don't prepare quantitatively. So now we're looking into all our systems. We are integrating AI in our operations. What is our CRM? What is our customer experience? How is our product standing out? So these are the things we are really getting ready on. But at the same time, we are responding to emails of curators from New York, from LA, from Hamburg, from Dubai, from Saudi Arabia, from Kenya, from Kampala. So at the same time, we're doing this thing of just, already telling the market, the global market, that we are ready, we're here. But internally also, we are building our capacity, because also we don't want to go and become another company, another African company that is just placed in a museum, that is doing no change in terms of market and offering whatsoever. That's not what we're targeting, yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, we're a fast-growing company. Over the last 3 years, each year we've grown by more than 100%. And we are not stopping there. We've come from micro to small, and then now we're towards the medium. We have bigger dreams. This year, hopefully we are attaining our 8-digit turnover. Yeah, and so the AFCTA, we know about that, and we want to tap into it. But like someone said, being a woman, we want to first satisfy this market. So maybe if we are to export, it will be, not now, let's satisfy this market and then, yeah, use those opportunities. We know there are tax exemptions within the AFCTA. Yeah, she asked about what I talked about it. I think we've used every form available of financing, and it is why we have attained very fast growth, be it grants at the early stages, low interest loans, and all of that. Yeah, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I really want to thank an organization called COMESA, because that's the only grant that I got during COVID, and it was an acceleration grant which made sure that I was not sending home our employees, and yeah, so that was one of the ways we used funding.
Good. What an amazing conversation. Just to quickly close this, a few things that really resonated with this particular topic I managed to write down. So first of all, stereotype start at even before you become a women founder. So let's kill the stereotype before. Let's make sure that we have affordable and tailored financial product for women. Yes, skills are needed. It's not one size fits all. Let's make sure that we build capacity where needed and then tailored skilled. And then also finally, let's make sure that we are building entrepreneurs that eventually are loan and then financing free so they can sustain themselves. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Let us appreciate our moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for taking us through your journey. Really appreciate, you shared what you need, not just to survive, but to thrive and also scale and continue leading boldly. We thank you for that. We are going to transition to coffee and networking break, because we know some of us still had more questions. You wanted to continue with the conversation, continue engaging with our panelists. You'll have, a few more minutes, please. I know they are more than happy to continue the conversation, so feel free, approach them, ask them questions, share best practices. We're here to learn from each other. Let's meet back here, let's say 15 minutes. Yes, we can do that, right? So do enjoy your coffee break. See you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Onboarding, retention, and growth. Before I invite our next panelist, could I ask if we could all kindly take our seats and just get ready to enjoy the next conversations that we'll be having? If we can all kindly take our seats. Okay, now help me invite our panelists and moderator for this session. I'll start with our panelists. We have Saire Shahal, founder, Mahila Money India. Okay. We have Faria Shahid, Head Affluent Segments, HPL Pakistan. There she is. You're welcome. You're welcome. We have Carol Karema Jenny, Chief Information Officer, Equity Bank Rwanda. You're welcome, Carol. Let's just cut out with a round of applause, guys. Come on. We're just from re-energizing. We're from having refreshments. Let's bring that energy into the next conversation. And our moderator will be Karin Fersen, Director, Peer Learning Financial Alliance for Women. Very excited to have you. You're welcome, and over to you, Karin.
Hello, can you hear me? No? Okay. So hello, everybody. So by now you've probably heard the term digital financial services mentioned nearly in every panel, and for good reason, of course. So it's not just a trend, it's a transformation. But rather than repeat what's already been said, and our goal today on this panel, in this conversation, to take it a step further and explore the real impact, the practical challenges, and the opportunities that are shaping the way we deliver and experience financial services in the digital age. So as of 2025, and we heard those 2 days, a lot of figures, a lot of percentages on the digital inclusion, with over 1.6 billion registered accounts globally, with 1.1 billion in sub-Saharan Africa, which is really 2/3 of the global total. And we've seen a lot of improvements and a lot of advancement every year. This surge is fueled by rising mobile phone, of course, penetration and increasing smartphone adaptation, projected to grow globally from 51% to 88% by 2030. So the expansion of the FS is playing this critical role in extending access to financial services, especially among underserved and unbanked population, and increasingly seen as a cornerstone of inclusive digital economies around the world. I'm so happy today to be joined by 2 amazing and big financial institutions playing a key role in changing the financial inclusion aspect and the digital financial in their markets. So please help me in welcome Faria Shahid from HBL Pakistan, the largest commercial bank in Pakistan, in a country where 64% of the adults have already access to a formal bank account, but the gender gap is 21%. I'm also happy to introduce Carol Jamie Karema, CIO of Equity Bank Rwanda, and as we heard yesterday from the governor, the digital inclusion is playing a key role in Rwanda. So welcome. So we mentioned that the gender gap in mobile internet use remains a major challenge in low and middle income countries, and let's start from there. Let's start from the awareness phase, and what are the challenges that women is feeling comfortable in accessing digital financial services, and what have you done to get them on board? Let's start with you, Faria.
Thank you, Karine. I'd first like to set some context on a country like Pakistan and where we come as the largest bank. So first of all, I'd like to begin with the fact that access to finance is a fundamental right. It's not a privilege. That's the mantra, that's the ethos that we uphold, and that's what's manifested in our strategy. For us, financial inclusion is not a nice to have, it's a key pillar of our growth strategy. In a country like Pakistan, there's absolutely, lack of awareness in terms of financial inclusion. That's been a mainstay for us and an area that we've, worked on. When we compare men and women, the socio-cultural challenges that you're talking about are just compounded for women. So first of all, having access to a mobile phone, to begin with, is a social taboo. A lot of our women in the active labor force age are actually participating in the informal sector. Having access to mobile phone, is actually seen as a deterrent to be able to go out there. When I talk about particularly the rural areas. So a couple of things, stats that I'd like to share before we move on, because that'll just help everybody understand the Pakistani context. So 52% of the women own a mobile phone compared to 81% men. On the internet usage, 27% of the women use internet compared to 45% men. 1/3 of the population of the country does not have a computerized CNIC, which is a national identity card. So, building on from there, some of the challenges, like I said, begin from the very basics like lack of awareness and lack of information towards digital financial services. I already spoke about, particularly in the growing age, in the youth, having access to this kind of a device, access to digital services come much later, is seen as a taboo. Family pressures, societal pressures. Pakistan as a patriarchal society, it's a society where, as it is, women are disadvantaged. So these kind of challenges further compound the situation for us as financial institutions also to really, go out and enable access to finance. Lower gender diversity ratio in female access points is again something that was a key challenge. And when we move on, I'll talk about the initiatives that we've taken to sort of resolve that. But in a society like ours, with the cultural nuances, with the religious context, it's not very favorably seen when women go out and speak to the opposite gender to get access to, not just information, but the devices, so to speak. And most importantly, and lastly, something that again stems from, the background of the country is trust issues. So women having to trust a financial institution, women having to trust a digital transaction where the mindset is, if I want to save, let me keep money under my pillow. If I want to save, let me work with the community, with a female that I trust. So the informal economy, the informal structures, the informal communities really dominate, the context, so to speak. And hence, those are some of the key challenges that I think will lay the foundation of where we come from.
Perfect, amazing. So I think that Rwanda has a different story and a different context, especially that you are leveraging a lot of technology and you are working towards making Rwanda a technology hub. So what are the challenges for you in Rwanda in terms of the first step of getting access to the DFS?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. First of all, I would like to appreciate of having me here. So first of all, I'll speak about Equity Bank. Equity Bank is a regional bank operating in 6 countries, South Sudan, Congo, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and then Rwanda. And we're the 2nd largest bank in the country. And today we're serving almost 1.5 million customers. And for the whole region, it's more than 20 million customers. And the target is to reach by 230, 100 million customers, and only for Rwanda, 5 million customers. Now, if you look at the story alone of Equity, is to serve the underserved population, which mainly is women. So if you look at, for the case of Rwanda, and I believe yesterday all the speakers speak about it, we already have 96% of financial inclusion, which already is a very good number because the country has been deliberate, number one, to put in place the right infrastructure. So by having an interconnected country, it's really giving us opportunities to allow the whole population to have access to telephone devices, and which is the number one element for you to get access to financial services. Now, what will be the challenges, despite us having the right technology, is the financial literacy. We must agree that this is still low, mostly for women, because number one, of the capability to afford a smartphone, and also because if you look at all the channels that we provide as financial services, they're either mobile app or USSD, and for that you either need to have internet connectivity or also some financial capability to access. So number one is say financial literacy, and what Equity Bank we've been doing is we've been deliberate. We have a specific unit in charge of women and our social department, and we've been deliberate to go out there. I think one of the speakers yesterday was speaking about proximity. It's going to the different areas where we've identified women either in business or that are going to be startups trying to do business, train them on financial leadership. As we speak today, we've trained more than 47,000 women on financial literacy, and also empowering them to start their own business and come to the banks and have the different facilities. So this is number one, financial literacy. Secondly is, if you look at the different products that we have at the bank, our scoring. For the case of Equity Bank, we've started working on digital scoring, I think for the past now 4 years, and we've been very successful. This really changed the model of digital financing. We really moved from traditional banking, traditional scoring, where you have a whole committee assessing the scoring of the customers before giving them facilities. We moved to digital, and remember digital, that's where we have instant facilities given to the customers. Now, if you look at the scoring model today and the algorithms, they are really based on financial historical data. They are based on specific accounts, let's say, information, and which most of our women are very recent bank account owners. For some of the bank, for the, let's say, last 10 years, you still need to go maybe with a husband to open an account, or maybe you use a joint account, or you didn't have account, as you said, you keep the money with you. And mostly, like in Rwanda, we still have a lot of women using what we call ibimina, or the tontine in West Africa. There's an association where you share money together, you save, and then one person get the money. So we have a lot there. We call them the informal financial sector, but they're really popular with women. Now, the algorithms, as I would say, they were only looking at financial data. But now in Equity, what we're trying to do is starting scoring non-financial data. So today, as a woman, we do a lot of shopping. We don't consider the volume of shopping for women, for example. These are non-financial data. So we want to leave from the traditional algorithms and rules of scoring and to go to extra. For example, we've started one project on agriculture, where we're starting to score as well. We are planning actually to complete that, to score data for agri-business women, where we can now look at what was your harvest, what was the stock that you had, maybe, and then we change it because most of the financial algorithms, we look at monthly data, daily data. But like for agribusiness, for example, it's seasonal. So now we are changing the rules to consider also the way, when are you receiving your harvest, when are you getting your sales, etc. So the scoring are still a little bit traditional. They're still considering the traditional rules, but now what we've now, the deliberate intentions to have a unit specifically for women and also product for women, now we are going to also start using data that are not financial. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we moved actually from the awareness phase and the challenges at the level of the awareness phase to the level of the consideration phase. Consider using those financial services, digital financial services precisely, and then to actually using them. So I would love to go back just one step back to Faria on the consideration. So you tackled mainly the challenges at the awareness phase. But those women who have access to mobile services and those women who have access to digital financial services, what is like actually the barriers to consider using those services? And then I will go back to you because I would love to know more about the approval and how you get the approvals.
So a couple of things, like I said, it's very important, and I'm glad you shared, the Rwandan context. So again, for Pakistan, HPL is the largest bank. It actually predates, the foundation of the country. So HPL was in existence before the independence, before 1947. Within this space, we're looking to spearhead purpose-driven transformation. And just connecting the dots, to what you just said first, I'd like to talk about and then come to your question. Given that Pakistan is an agricultural country, women in agriculture also play a dominant role. And, from now getting them to the awareness, to the consideration state, a couple of things that we've done on that front is also an initiative that we undertook, which is Kisan Ki Awaaz. Kisan, which literally means farmer. This just fosters the bank's commitment to focus on gender equality within the agricultural space. We've conducted dedicated agronomy sessions. We've hired dedicated female agronomists from, universities in tier 2, tier 3 cities, because that's really where the farmers are. And what we're doing is we're creating forward and backward linkages by not just building on and augmenting financial literacy, and naturally in that space digital financial literacy, but creating an entire ecosystem and value chain. So HPL also has a subsidiary which is Zarai Services, Agricultural Banking, and we are specifically focusing on facilitating female farmers with not just storage space, concessional loans, digitized storage spaces for their produce. So we're kind of eliminating the middleman there. So I just wanted to add that, building on what she just mentioned in terms of the Pakistani context. But moving on in terms of augmenting the digital financial literacy and moving from the awareness to the consideration stage, the first step that we took was to make sure that we have enough female representation at our access points. Another thing that we do, we have a platform which is HPL Connect. So all accounts that are under the balance of 40,000 are not opened, which is about $150 give or take, are not opened within our core banking system. We have a branchless mobile wallet account, which has a dedicated value proposition for women. It's a lifestyle linked app where we're trying to encourage behaviors and moving on to the digital platform. So let's say you pay your utility bill and we'll give you like a reward. Pakistan was hosting the Pakistan Super League cricket, and in our country this is something which is in the blood. So as an example, we launched a campaign where we were encouraging women particularly to conduct transactions and to win access to the match as an example. We also run dedicated campaigns for service sector, for women that are leading beauty salons as an example. So the bank will run specific campaigns to augment them, helping them with QR codes, moving on to the POS, so to speak, and helping them, digitize their transactions. So I think from giving them access, the comfort, I can't underscore the importance of literacy, and I think as we move on, we will be talking about it. We will be talking about the initiatives that we've taken, but primarily giving them access, helping them create awareness. We've also, HPL NISA, and I think a lot of the people here are well versed with that, but is our women's markets program. NISA literally means woman, so HPL NISA is designed by women for women. It's our flagship proposition. It's the poster child for all women-led initiatives that we do at HPL. In collaboration with the State Bank about 2 years ago, we've launched a NISA Asan variant. Asan in our language literally means easy. So what we've done is through an outbound digital account opening, we've enabled, in collaboration with our central repository to open a digital account with a very, very low KYC, only with the national identity card. That's really helped us propel, the digital financial inclusion. As the largest bank, we've played an instrumental role in government disbursements, whether that's, that was the COVID payments or it's the female-led government schemes. So that's also something that has really helped change behavioral patterns. So at the forefront where we're looking at, Connect is a dedicated platform that's driving this for us. We have a dedicated Connect app. You do need a CNIC and a SIM ownership, so that does remain a challenge, but there are still some transactions that you can do without having a Connect account. On the access to agent network, we have over 2,000 female Connect agents that are either in small Connect shops, so like a local grocery store in a tier 2, 3 city. We have some brand ambassadors, Connect champions that are in universities. So building on that behavior from early stages of life where you don't have an average balance of, let's say, Pakistani 40,000 rupees, and habituating people from early on to sort of jump onto the bandwagon. So I think that kind of summarizes a couple of things that we've done.
Of course, amazing. So going back to Carol and the mainly understanding the approval stage, and you did tackle the credit algorithm, kind of digitizing the credit risk, credit scoring, and this is, I think, it's key. And in our fintech research that I would invite you all to scan the QR code actually and have access to it, we did find a lot of fintechs finding biases in those algorithms. And this was also a barrier for women to have access to approvals. So tell us more about this step that you're doing, this program that you're doing, and if you're considering really devising this algorithm to make it more accessible for women specifically.
Thank you very much. So as I said, most of the algorithms on the credit scoring are really traditional. And one element that we need to agree is the fintechs have not tapped yet on the population that is women. Today we're saying more than 52% of the global population are women. And I like what you said is there's a lot of consideration to take into account for women, because it's not only, probably they will not go just for a loan for the different reasons of the product that are on the market. There are so many things that we're not considering. One of the key elements is the moment of life in a woman. There are so many things that are happening in the woman's life. So I may be sitting here and already have a lot of dashboard in my head. I think it's speaking to all of the people here. We're thinking of what is happening tonight, what is happening tomorrow. You need to go to pick your kids and one of the activity, then you have that business that you need to, there's so many dashboards happening in our heads. But there's no, I'm not, until maybe I'm not sure if in the room, a lot of researchers and see how do we design product that goes with the moments in the lives of a woman.
This is our afternoon panel.
Yes, and this is what now we need to consider in the credit scoring. So today the credit scoring are looking at the normal product in the market, but they're not looking at what exactly women are looking for. So, and this is very important. So what we've done at Equity is, for the last, I can say 3 years, 4 years, it's very important to understand that Equity has 2 legs. There's the commercial bank, which sells the normal product, and then you have the social leg, which is really impactful on the market. And that's where we're going there to support a vulnerable population and the served population, I may say that, like women, refugees, and etc. And that's where we are getting now the inputs. So what we started for the past, I can say 3 to 4 years, is starting from the onboarding, customer onboarding, where now we identify women. I can say the gender. Because, as I mentioned, one of the challenges is data. We don't have data. So if you don't have data, you cannot design a product. So for you to design a product, you need to have data, then you need to have requirements. So if you don't have data, you won't go there and look for those women that are in different stage of their life and who are looking for a specific product. So we've been deliberate to customize our core banking to onboard customers. When we are going there, let's say train women, and then they open account, we specify exactly this is a woman, and we categorize them, we segment them. So this is number 1. Number 2 is now the approach. So today I may come for a loan. We have a special loan called Easy Loan that we give. It has a maximum of $500,000. That is approximately $300, and you can repay in 7 days. And guess what? I think even yesterday it was mentioned. Women always pay back. So, and this is targeting what we call the mama boga. These are ladies selling in the market. So they can get that capital early morning, go and buy goods, come back, sell during the day, and repay back in the evening. So, and this is a popular product. But then we've thought about advisory. That lady needs to grow the business. She needs to move from a small $300 to probably 1 million, multiplied by 3. But women will not just come. They need to be given assurance. She spoke about the trust. They need to be taught that, in fact, you're capable to do multiply 3. If you are buying this quantity, you can multiply by 3. Maybe not come every day, but come back after 3 days. So the advisory element is very important. So once we have the data, now we do the engagement. I think it goes back to the third stage of the funnel. You do engagement, then you're able to create product. So what we've done at Equity, we have almost 5 products that are very localized. then they have local name. For example, we have one for Ichizere. This is Hope. It's a product called Hope.
Mm-hmm.
So already it's like to push the lady so that you speak on that moment she is in, and then you give a product that's like that. But again, most of these products are more traditional products, but with a lower interest rate. But it doesn't speak again to the customized needs of the woman. And this is now what we're doing. So what we're trying to do with the adoption of AI, we've now using a lot of artificial intelligence in our credit scoring, because based on the data, we're going to teach our scoring rules to consider the different elements that are not only non-financial. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad I think last week, the new law on data sharing is going to facilitate us to have national data. Mm-hmm. So we're actually going in the process of going open banking. So this is going to even easier our process because we can have access to more data, not only data for the government, but data of the other banks, but also all the ecosystem. And then once we have data of the ecosystem, we're able to design more products with being data intelligence gender focused. And that's what we are looking for. So the future is very bright for us. And we're seeing already, because of the motto of Equity Bank, which is serving the financial inclusion. So we think that this is going to touch more women, empower them. Because we believe a customer should not stay to one stage, they should grow. Mm-hmm. And for a customer to grow in a different stage, you need to know that customer. And the KYC that you need to do is knowing what is different from that customer. And specifically for women, they're very different of what we know from the traditional product. Yes.
So what I really like is this educational progress step by step in transitioning, and this is transformational, like step by step, we get them to, and you mentioned a lot the digital literacy and the financial literacy. So they get used to something, so they feel comfortable, and then you move them to a second level of using the services, and then you can move them to a more developed usage. Yes. And this takes us actually to the following step, and a lot of women actually drop at the usage phase. And this is very important for all the financial institutions. So whether banks or fintechs or other financial service providers, to actually keep them and maintain them, and on the contrary, increase the usage. But you came up with a lot of solutions to actually, and you just mentioned some. So Faria, what are the solutions that you are developing also to maintain women at the usage stage, to keep them using your products and services?
So I think for us, financial inclusion is synonymous with financial empowerment. And I think I'd like to closely link education to awareness to usage. So I think, all of these are very critically linked with each other in terms of, and I think we can't underscore the importance of how we need to pivot towards financial literacy, and not just literacy, but ongoing engagement. So I think a couple of things that have worked well for HBL is our large geographical presence. So, we're a bank, we're a country with a population of over 250 million, and we're a bank with a customer base of about 37 million. It's very important to also contextualize what the vision of the organization is. So it's threefold. It's Pakistan first, people first, and attaining regional relevance. So what we're working towards is financial inclusion at all levels, both inwardly and outwardly. And with that, having the best talent pipeline, not just within the country, but outside. This is very closely linked to our vision of, having more and more inclusion. So I think in terms of continuous usage and making sure that women remain engaged, because I would like to share as an example that, on the women accounts, one of the challenges that we face is having them to continuously transact with us. So what's happened is, over the last couple of years, after the State Bank launched its landmark Banking on Equality policy, while we were very good at acquisition of women accounts, it was a challenge to make sure that they remain active. So all the good work that we were doing in terms of going and getting more women into the system or the foray of banking was diluted with the fact that they weren't transacting. So where we see this from is the continuous engagement, having financial literacy, and I'll, just shed some light on a couple of initiatives that we've done, particularly on the digital financial literacy. But the financial literacy workshops also need to be tailored. I would like to pick up on what you said, with the name of the localized products. Women have a high emotional quotient, so we feel it's very important to connect with them. We've talked enough in the last 2 days about understanding their needs, so that's a very important aspect. But in addition to that, connecting with them, building that trust is very important. So as an example, we do a lot of classroom theaters. We have a new initiative where we've revamped our financial literacy session and called it Banking on Wheels. So as the largest bank, we go as far as Gilgit-Baltistan, which is all the way at the farther northern end of Pakistan. And we will go in the local languages, we will conduct financial literacy. Over 600 of our branches, we've deployed television screens which have financial literacy videos adapted in the local languages, so whether that's Punjabi, Sindhi, so that women can connect with them. Because, we were talking about the leadership session yesterday and having a seat at the table. It is often seen that a woman would not raise the hand and ask a question, right? So let's roll this back to a country where the levels of literacy are very low, where there's cultural nuances that are not supporting you. So our focus has been on maximizing outreach in terms of literacy and ensuring that it's not just a one-time process, but a continuous process to make sure that, we graduate them to the next steps of financial products and services. So the first step for us would be opening, like I said, a San digital account, then, moving on and focusing towards lending. And I think for us, our extensive network, our geographical presence has also greatly helped on that. I think I would like to share a few initiatives that we've done under the last few years. So as an example, we hosted a Tekken Women's Gaming Tournament. It was focusing on esports within the country, where we got a lot of the middle to lower income women to come in, participate in 4 different cities, and we had cash awards. We all know that freelancers, esports are a lot of these upcoming, areas where we see a lot of women presence also, because it helps with the overall lifestyle. These are things that you can do from the comfort of your home. We've seen a lot of growing participation, by women in terms of homegrown businesses. So we're particularly focusing on that. I think collaborations, partnerships play a pivotal role. So as an example, HBL has partnered as an exclusive partner with Visa, and we're working, and we've launched a She's Next grant program, whereby we went out and we engaged with over 2,500 women in tier 1, 2, 3 cities. And it's amazing the kind of work they're doing, the kind of propositions that they have. So it's really just connecting them and giving them that platform. So only 10 women won $10,000 each, and not just the grant, but we were also supporting them for a year-long mentorship to grow their business. But essentially, it's the education that we imparted on those over 2,000 women. We've also partnered with an accelerator program through Catalyst Labs, and now what we're looking to do is, as a NISA customer within HPL, you have a higher chance of being a winner. Something that I do want to share, last year in one of the panels, and I see Inez sitting here, we were talking about, because I also manage the affluent segment. So one of the panels, and I think it was Nadia, who's not here, spoke about how affluent clients can play a role in financial inclusion, something that I took away. And what we've done is, we partnered with the largest salon owner in Pakistan, who also is an affluent high net worth client. And through partnering, we did a lot of financial literacy. We did customized workshops for the lower end of the spectrum to help women with budgeting, with financial planning, with whether you're looking to, you know, set up a beauty salon. How do you move from a ideation to a conceptualization and actually the execution phase? So I thought it would be heartening to share that, because this is absolutely a great platform to take away some ideas. Another thing that we did to support women, and particularly in the digital financial services, was partnered with a women-led healthcare, Sehat Kahani. So this is, you know, in Pakistan, a lot of the women become doctors, but they never practice. And the background to that is, you know, the working hours, the kind of commitment that's needed, you know, patriarchal society, living in joint families, so on and so forth. So this was a great platform both for customers, and it's creating value for our clients and our staff. So we supported this digital platform whereby women doctors can offer online consultation to customers, to men and women alike, but primarily focusing on women doctors. And what HBL did to support, you know, this woman entrepreneur was also offered this free of cost to all our staff. So if I'm unable to go to a doctor as an HBL employee, I can get free of cost access to that. So I think holistically creating those ecosystems with forward and backward linkages. You know, HBL also has its own insurance company, its own currency exchange. So through our insurance company on the Connect app, we've also now started doing you know, low-ticket health insurance. So I think it's really creating that entire ecosystem which will really help propel this.
And that is very customized and very targeted to specific needs, and this flows back into this customer value proposition that we always preach, like designing specific products that would target and solve a specific need at a specific life moment. What are you doing to keeping the usage space? But before turning back to the audience with Q&A, I would like to ask you both on the SME focus. Like very briefly, how you are keeping them at the usage stage, and then we can move to SMEs.
So I would say is the outreach program, very important, and especially for me being in the tech space, is keeping our data accurate. Because for the team to go for an outreach program, they need data. They need to identify, geolocalize where these women are and how they want, and follow up of what they've been doing. I can give you one example or a testimony I got from one of the lady. She called me and says, thank you very much for you referring me to Equity, because I took a loan. I was able to go to Dubai and buy goods, but now I got another call telling me, you're going to finish repaying back. Why don't you consider growing, increasing your capabilities? And then they've called her, so they had a meeting and played like advisory. So advisory is something very important. So after doing outreach, for you to get to outreach, of course, as I said, you need data, but then you need to keep engaging with advisory. So as financial services, we need to go beyond just banking, now go to the advisory, because at the end of the day, artificial intelligence and all the new techs are going to do the normal processes, but now we need to move on advisory level, when you need to keep engaging so that they can come and even go to the next stage. So advisory is very important. And something else that also we keep us engaging with these customers is starting discussion with a lot of emotional intelligence. Because emotional intelligence should not only be on the way we advising these customers, but also how we're building the product. This is very important. And this is the only way we keep these customers loyal to the brand, but ensuring that we understand what are their needs, we design their needs, and then we keep tracking and monitoring where they are. Because we all agree, women loves to be, to meet, discuss, exchange, share their problems, learn. They're very good at learning, and then go and implement. So if you're able to call her back and ask, what did you implement? Support her. So I believe now the financial services should be the support system for these women. Sometimes you feel alone. And I believe it was also discussed in one of the panel. You grow, you're scared to continue, and you feel alone. But once you have a financial service that is there, backing you up and asking and performing your performance and giving you some advisory in terms of financial, this we also keep this woman loyal and engaged for the financial services product. Thank you.
So amazing because it's customized, but it's at the same time a lot of efforts from the bank, and this is exactly the customer-centric approach that you always speak about, and how we can follow up at the right time, at the right moment to grow the business, but at the same time bring value to the customers. So I would like to turn back to the audience if we have any questions to our panelists on the digital financial services. Yes, we have a question on table 14.
I think also because of time, we can limit to only one question.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Please keep it short.
Thank you very much. My name is Kennedy Osore. I work for a fintech called Tala. My question is primarily directed to the lady from Equity. So there's a perception that fintechs and traditional financial institutions like banks are primarily viewed as competitors. However, looking at fintechs and their unique ability to leverage alternative data to reach underserved communities like women, how are you working with fintechs to deepen that access? And what are some of those barriers that you see that prevent effective partnership between fintechs and banks?
Yes. I can say that the perception is right, and I think this is what is happening in most of the markets where banks and fintech will be considered as competitors, but this is not the case mostly for situations like this one, where we want to do tailored products. So one of the advantages that fintech we have is the agility to deliver fast than the banks because of the governance, the structure, and all that. So what, like for example, at Equity we've done is we've been deliberate to change the model. Because one of the challenges why banks with delays to partner with fintechs is, I can say, the legacy systems that were not open to do a number of integrations. But if you look at, for example, in the case of Rwanda, most of our banks have really, can I say, upskilled the technology they're using, and they're now open to do these integrations. And I think you'll be one of the happy person with the new regulation on data sharing. We are going to go open banking, definitely, with us wanting or not wanting, integration will happen because you're going to have open banking. So I believe this is the right time to be in Rwanda because there's going to be leverage on data and also on integrating with the banks. So, and one of the only way, if you look at the statistics from the FinScope, we only had 22% of banked customers, and 79 was on the informal, let's say Momo and the others. So the fintechs are the ones that are going to bridge that gap of the 88% remaining. So I believe in the near future, this partnership is going to be great, and a lot of products are going to be between the fintechs and the banks. That's what I can say about that.
Thank you so much. Faria Shahid, Head of Segment Affluent, HBL Pakistan. Thank you so much. Carol Jami Karema, CIO Equity Bank Rwanda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's also appreciate our moderator for this conversation. And also, because of time, we don't want to keep you long. We're going to dive right into the next panel discussion that will be a fireside chat on gender-inclusive climate solutions. And in this conversation, we're going to hear how women, farmers, and climate leaders are really shaping gender-responsive solutions in a rapidly warming world. Help me invite our panelists for this conversation. We have Teddy Mugabo, the CEO of Rwanda Green Fund. You're welcome, Teddy. We have Catherine Gitonga, CEO of Smart Regional Consultants, Kenya. You're welcome, Catherine. And the moderator is Inez Murray. You're welcome, you're welcome. Over to you, Inez.
Thank you. Joining us today on this panel is Teddy Mugabo, CEO of Rwanda Green Fund, a government-established financing vehicle mandated to mobilize, invest, and catalyze green finance for Rwanda's transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy. The fund has two financing facilities: the Intego facility, which provides grant funding to public sector institutions, both at the central and local levels, and IREM Invest, a private sector facility established with the Development Bank of Rwanda, includes grants, recoverable grants, equity, loans, and guarantees. Welcome, Teddy. We also have Catherine Gitonga, who is the CEO of Smart Regional Consultants, a Kenya-based enterprise support organization that designs and delivers market-driven business development services, investor readiness support, and inclusive climate solutions for small and growing businesses, cooperatives, and community-based enterprises in Africa, currently supporting enterprises in Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, South Africa, and Senegal. So the panelists gave me a couple of stats for context. Small owner farmers produce up to 80% of the food in sub-Saharan Africa, yet they receive less than 10% of the agricultural investment globally. In Africa, over 50% of the agricultural workforce is made up of women, yet they control less than 20% of the land. Climate change in Africa could reduce agricultural yields by up to 20% by 2050 if adaptation measures are not scaled. Women are 14 times more likely than men to die during climate-related disasters, yet their needs are rarely centered in climate policies. And only 3% of climate finance globally is directed towards small-scale food producers, and just 1% reaches locally led organizations. Okay, with that as the context, and to start with the Green Fund, can you please share some of the challenges facing women farmers in Rwanda and how Green Fund is supporting and what results you've seen? Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you, Inez, and thank you to the Financial Alliance for Women for the invitation. It's really a pleasure for me to be here to share some of the work we're doing. But just to tackle the question, what are some of the challenges that women farmers are facing in Rwanda? And I'll really focus more on, vis-a-vis climate change. So we, Rwanda, like so many other, African countries, but also really globally, when you look at the trends of climate, farmers are facing unpredictable rainfall patterns, heat stresses, droughts, and as you know, most of our farmers are subsistence farmers, so which means that they rely heavily, it's like rain-fed agriculture. So this has a direct impact on the productivity, so agricultural productivity is obviously going down. So that's more on the technicalities and the issues really related to climate. Now, if I focus on the financial, so there's obviously issues, and I won't really dwell so much into it because it was discussed on the previous panel. But women farmers are also facing issues of, accessing financial services, but really looking into also, in terms of financial literacy, there's still a challenge, as well as if I can focus more on business dev support, so services to really help some of these women farmers to actually come up with businesses so that they can go and approach banks. So what are we doing? So at the fund, before I even talk about the specific instruments, we had to be intentional, and I hope that's the conversation that's happening. If we really want to see, if we want to support these women farmers, I think we ought to be intentional. So we did develop a gender strategy with very clear targets. So we always ensure that when we look at the overall portfolio, at the moment the fund has mobilized a little bit more than $360 million, and we're proud to say that 67% of that has actually benefited women. This is different sectors, but we also do really focus on agriculture. So we start with a strategy. We have a gender strategy, And with this strategy, it helps us to ensure that the programs that are being designed, so this is more on the public sector side, because we do support both public and private sector. So for public sector projects, we do finance district projects, local government, or at the central level. But when these programs are being designed, we're very intentional in ensuring that women are part of the stakeholders that are actually designing and also coming up with specific activities. So it needs to start from the beginning. It can't start to the point where the project is being enrolled and it's being implemented. And then at an implementation level, we also ensure that, at the design, when they do set targets and KPIs, and then when we go back to monitoring and evaluation, we also have specific KPIs. If I can just give an example, we obviously want to ensure that we're measuring out of the green jobs that are created. We do ensure that a certain portion, again 60%, of these green jobs is actually in women farmers. Now on the financial instruments, so that's more on gender strategy, but we also do as a fund believe in providing technical assistance, coaching, mentoring, as well as funding. So we see the need to bundle these two things, and I think it was also, again, it came out clearly in the previous panel. You can't just expect, the women farmers to go and access financing. There's a whole range of activities that you need to support with them. So what we're doing within our programs, we're introducing climate resilient seeds. We are introducing different practices that they can think about to cope with the effects of climate change. But there's also actual experts on the field that are practicing with them and also diversifying. So we're telling them, due to the nature of this landscape, maybe you should think of tea instead of coffee. So really working with them, piloting, and then ensuring that they can actually get the skills, they can know the technical know-how. Something else we've done, we've also partnered with, so for example, BK Foundation, that has come in to provide these farmers with financial literacy courses. So it's really a mix, and then we do provide the seed funding. I'll stop there, and I think I can talk more on the private sector later. Thank you.
Sure, and actually, it would be great. We have the video. Should we run the video?
Sure.
What specifically did the Green Fund do in this project?
So our job is resource mobilization. As you saw, it was a Green Climate Fund. So we were able to mobilize $32 million from the Green Climate Fund and to invest in Green Gicumbi project. So this is a project that has been implemented in the northern part of Rwanda. And of that, a big half of the funding actually went to support climate smart agriculture. And Alphonsine that you just saw is one of the beneficiaries. She was facing challenges, as you can see. So Rwanda is very hilly, I'm sure you've experienced. And because of that, our landscapes are highly vulnerable to climate change impacts of flooding, landslides, which then affects agricultural productivity. So what the project went in to do was, one, working with the district, we provided the funding, but also a team of trainers, as well as the financing to go and help them to stabilize the slopes. But beyond that, we made sure that we were working with the farmers to understand the different crop varieties that they can use, seedlings, quality seeds, because there's different seeds that can also withstand shocks. And just some of the successes we've seen is we have these, it's a cooperative, but again, we ensure that women are obviously a big part of it. We introduced barley. So barley is something that was it's a crop that wasn't grown in Gicumbi. And because of this introduction of barley, they were able to access a market. So they work with now Bralirwa. This is, it's part of the Heineken. So it's a beer, so Bralirwa makes beer in Rwanda. And for us, these are the successes that we want to see. It's using climate financing to improve livelihoods, to make sure that women farmers are being targeted, as well as think of sustainability, because we do realize that grant financing sometimes also has its own challenges with sustainability. So it's really also ensuring that we're bringing in the banks, like I mentioned, working with the Bank of Kigali Foundation to train these farmers on financial literacy, but also helping them and linking them to markets. And yeah, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, so moving now to the arid regions of northern Kenya and over to Catherine. Tell us a little bit about the challenges facing women farmers in these regions and how Smart Regional Consultant is supporting them and what kind of results you've seen.
All right, thank you. So I'll give context to why we do this. And the northern Kenya region is marginalized and dry, and we've had periods where 2 to 3 years of drought have, devastated crop and agriculture. However, that said, as an enterprise support organization, what we do is we have 3 core areas that we support enterprises, and our definition of enterprises is idea stage, growth, and scaling stage. And one area is we strengthen internal systems. We have cohorts for that. Another is access to finance. We have investor readiness programs for that. And access to markets, we do have programs for that, including even trade fairs that create linkages to markets. We are in the northern Kenya region, and most of the work we do there is together with development sector partners, and most recently with private sector actors who have been getting into that region. And what we've seen, and I want to give an example of a study that was done by Kenya Markets Trust, now Gatsby. There was a demand-supply gap where 300,000 metric tons of beef is needed in Kenya, and that is imported. However, there's a case to be made that this can also be found in northern Kenya and other regions. It's just that there's a challenge of aggregation, a challenge of distribution and cold chain, and these are opportunities that private sector can get into. And by aggregation, I mean one area is that a lot of women will suffer is ownership of land, and I think that has been discussed a lot. In the northern Kenya region, it's actually community land, so it's it's even different on top of ownership. Access to water is something else, and with the aggregation and solutions around this, and I'll mention that, then it creates opportunities for ensuring this supply gap is provided in the market. So what an example I'll give is an irrigation scheme that still is in the north. It is run by a cooperative, majority of these are women, and the irrigation scheme provides tracts of land for women to grow commercial crops, pawpaws, fruits, vegetables, or keep animals. And then it is near a water source, so the water is actually distributed there and they are able to grow. So what that does, it gives solutions to ownership of land. What I just mentioned is a challenge, so they're able to get that and grow. The cooperative movement provides aggregated access to market for the produce that is produced. And then access to finance is easier when financial service providers come and provide that to the cooperative. and then the cooperative takes the risk downwards to provide to the women in access to finance for working capital, any other. So that then creates a solution. Again, we've seen private sector come in to provide solutions in regenerative agriculture, which has been proven to increase yield. Climate-adapted seeds, like you've just mentioned. Climate-adapted breeds in animals have also been proven to provide yield in either milk or meat. And the fodder also climate-adapted. So these are solutions that, in this discussion today, would be a good case to make for private sector to engage with local communities or other FSPs to provide some of these, produce and services. It's been proven to increase yield, so then get these products to the market. Provide financing solutions for cold chain or financing solutions that are climate adapted, so then that way we have a lot of these cooperatives providing, trading in the market. Additionally, in the north, access to finance is also, the challenge we've seen is the ticket sizes that come into the market. I'll define this as a missing middle SME, meaning they're not in the range that is extreme poverty where development sector actors will give grants. They've already graduated from that, but they're not in the level where a commercial bank is able and willing to give 20% per annum kind of loan. We do understand from a commercial bank or other FSPs that this is shareholder money, so a lot of care has to be taken even when providing this finance. However, the missing middle tier requires a smaller ticket, differently priced. A lot of this innovation needs to come in because they're already out of poverty, if I just loosely say it that way, but they need a few more steps or rounds of financing to get to the larger commercial levels. So there is a case to be shown there for innovation. And the one big thing, and let me just mention it now, I've seen is, as an enterprise support organization, and my previous speakers have spoken to that, there's a lot of capacity building we do, tailor-made, general, a lot of this. We've piloted a case with a climate funder, Kenya Climate Ventures, and we call this value collaboration between an ESO and a funder. That means we do have our investor readiness programs. We gave KCV our curriculums to green them, and by that I mean we looked at their eligibility criteria for lending, and we structured our green curriculum for that. But what we are doing is building pipeline for their pool of funds, and they do have other funders around $4.3 million for lending. So what that means is, if we create an environment in the ecosystem where an ESO and other ESOs like us are directly collaborating to build pipeline for financial institutions, then we will increase the uptake of loans, especially for these missing middle SMEs that we're discussing here. That's a very good case to make in this setting today.
So that link to the banks, mainly banks in this audience, what would be for your wish list now for collaborating with the banks, or in examples of that you just shared an example where you're training and so on and collaborating with them. Over to you, Teddy.
Thank you. Just really to build on my colleague, what we've done, we have partnered with the Development Bank of Rwanda and established this financing facility that's really focusing on the private sector called the Reme Invest. And just to give you a bit of background, and that's what you just highlighted, when we established the fund, it was just this one basket fund that was supposed to provide grant financing to both the public sector and research and development for the private sector. But what we quickly realized was that we needed to understand the needs of the SMEs. When we say private sector, we're also really focusing on these actually entrepreneurs as well as SMEs. So we were very intentional in that we had to do a market assessment and understand what are the needs in climate smart agriculture, so we invest in different sectors, mobility. But from this assessment, we quickly realized that we needed to develop a wide range of financial products that catered for the businesses at the different stages where they were. So So Ireme Invest right now is a facility that offers a wide range of financial products, supporting businesses all the way from ideation to incubation to acceleration. And then later on, the bank comes in. So we offer grant financing. We offer what we call recoverable grant for the ones that become a little bit more mature. We're looking into providing equity financing. But then the whole idea is to create this pipeline of businesses that the bank can then look at. So the credit facility that sits under the Development Bank of Rwanda is actually offering a line of credit, which is also at reduced interest rate compared to the market, as well as guarantees. So just really want to highlight your point, and it does require it's an ecosystem, There's what we can do best as accelerators, but we do need the ESOs as well to come in and provide the financial, whether it's the literacy. So we're literally doing a similar approach where for the ideation stages, we're working with ESOs in the country. We don't have that expertise. We don't even have, the bandwidth to be able to do that. So we as the Rwanda Green Fund believe we need to, our job is actively looking for money, and then when the financing comes, we obviously need to develop financial instruments that are supporting businesses and really with this focus of women to achieve the green economy. But we also need to ensure that we're working with the ESOs that can come and provide business dev support. So that's what we're doing. We've worked with 4 so far. I'm sure you've heard the likes of ESP, Impact Hub, but then we also need to bring the financial sector on board, because grant financing is not, we all know that it's just not sustainable. So I believe that it's really important that as we're trying to, to cater for this issue on how do we support women farmers, it's very important to think of what role does government play? What role does the development practitioners play? Because we do need the public financing to come in early, to provide that early stage finance that the private sector or the banks cannot provide. But then how do we ensure that whatever programs we're designing, we're also designing them in a way that they will be interesting to the banks. So that's really what we're doing in Rwanda, where the facility has been running over the last 1 year, and we're seeing positive results. We are supporting business. So far, we've already done 70 businesses in just 1 year, whereby the last, I think, 8 years, we're able to support two businesses. So it just shows that we do need to be very, very, very intentional. So maybe just to answer the question on what banks should do, I think we really need the banks to shift away from the traditional collateral lending approach, and just moving towards models that recognize alternatives, forms of value. So these obviously guarantees have been there for a while, but it could also be contract income based. We need to rethink, and it can't just be collateral. And this was also highlighted earlier. We also need to design. I think it would be good if the banks could really take the time. Obviously, there's the data that is needed, but designing gender intentional financial products, because again, if we only say we're going to do this, but we're not intentional in the products that we're designing, it's just not going to happen. Gender intentional financial products with smaller ticket size, flexible loan terms, and grace periods that align with agricultural cycles. That's something else we've seen. Sometimes the grace periods that are given, it just doesn't align with agriculture cycles. So those are my takes. And then really, if I cannot emphasize partnerships. Obviously banks and the private sector expect a return on investment, but there are other players, in the ecosystem, such as ourselves, where we come in and play a role of accelerator. We do have the ESOs. So it's really a matter of coming together and almost everybody identifying what they're good at and what they can do to ensure that we support these women farmers. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, Catherine, over to you. In terms of the Kenyan experience, what's it like working with the banks? Like, what should they do? Presumably there's a fair bit of education, as you've mentioned, that's important. But also, you have to encourage them to go into these areas. No, they don't generally have that kind of reach. So tell us a bit about how to most effectively partner with you as an ESO supporting these areas.
All right, I'll give 2 to 3 points, and this is really out of the experience we've seen. Let me speak to de-risking, because that's it's been in the ecosystem, and generally it means the financial service provider is covered up to 50–70% if in case there's a loss. However, our experience as an ESO has been when we know a certain financial institution has that de-risking instrument, what we've realized is it kicks in at default, the de-risking, which means the woman still going for the loan will still be charged at the same interest or evaluated on the same standards. So if they don't have land or they don't have records or all that, then it still means access is a challenge, because de-risking kicks in, it's in the favor of the financial institution, which is still okay, but it kicks in at default. And as a moral hazard, the FSP is not entitled to tell the SME that. So, but this then falls on policymakers at the regulator level in terms of defining collateral or providing additional options of collateral, so that then the FSPs can push this down to traders, trade finance, supply chain finance. Others we've seen is funding through cooperatives. So the cooperative takes the majority of the risk downstream, but the FSP is covered. But that's one key thing that we've seen around that. But there's also benefits of de-risking. I'm just mentioning one thing we've seen. Insurance is there, and interesting enough, we was speaking at the back, ESO BDS support is also a de-risking mechanism, and there are numbers to prove that when BDS is provided to an SME, what does that do to the, when it's given as a pre-lending support to an SME, 30% of reduced default rates has been seen to be effective to the FSP because of BDS. The portfolio at risk, that is over 30 days, has dropped by 15–25%, and there's a higher loan approval disbursement of 40–50%. That means what we had seen before is out of every 10 loan applications, could be by women, 7 are dropped. And not because they're not really qualified, it's because they have not packaged the information for the credit lender or the credit officer who sits, and crunches numbers. As an ESO, then that means when we help package these, provide the pipeline, then the uptake is increased, and of course the default rate is also reduced. So that's from a policy regulator, and then the incentives that are there in de-risking are also valuable. I think the most important I can say is a value collaboration between the ecosystem actors. Let's do MOUs between ESOs and FSPs. Let's have them working. We'll provide pipeline. As ESOs, we will charge the SMEs, but it helps when we go to the FSP, we know what they're looking for, that's the market, and then we develop pipeline that fits. Then this kind of upticks will increase. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'd like to give the audience a chance to ask some questions. Over there on the left, please, first, and then the others can think about. Thank you. It's coming.
Thank you so much. I have two small questions, one for Teddy. I wanted to know what were the main KPIs you track for impact monitoring on the program with the Green Finance Fund. And I know that's different for every country and every project. And also, for Teddy and Catherine, I wanted to know from your experience, how do you think climate insurance scheme can be designed, especially for better serve women farmers and those that are informal and smallholder settings?
Great questions.
Thank you. I'll take the first question. So what are the KPIs for impact monitoring? So at the moment, when we measure impact, one, we want to see the jobs we're creating, so green jobs. We do really want to ensure that in our investments, job creation is very important, so we do monitor the green jobs that are created and also disaggregated. So we want to ensure that so right now the fund has already, I believe, 200,000 jobs, but we also know the percentage of women out of those jobs. So we are very intentional in making sure that women are also being targeted. Another way we also do, we have a livelihood KPI in terms, we want to ensure that our investments are improving or generating, like livelihoods are improving due to the different activities that we are supporting vis-a-vis climate change. But this is we're also looking to become a little bit more sophisticated, to be honest. So we're doing a bit of research and also trying to see how else and what other KPIs and how do we ensure that we're really measuring impact. But so far, that's what we're doing. And yeah, thank you.
All right, I can comment on two areas I've seen that have worked. In the livestock sector, index-based livestock insurance is something that we've seen implemented. I believe it's in other jurisdictions also. But the good thing about that is it pays you when the forage goes down because of drought, not necessarily when the animal dies. So that really protects against the death of the livestock. And then another that I've seen an insurance company in Kenya provide for women businesses is most of the women businesses are sole proprietors. So when they're unwell or a family member is unwell or some disaster has happened, it means they have to close their business for 2 to 3 days to take care of that. So I've seen a cover that is below $10 a year that supports them in the 2 to 3 days that they're out of work. They get a cash reimbursement. So some of this protects women enterprises through insurance. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. If I can just add, we're currently piloting and engaging insurance providers, but also bringing in agri-tech platforms and seeing how we can, especially tackling the issue of weather services. So how do we support, basically how can we support farmers better in terms of accessing, weather-related services? So it's another program that we're looking to do, but really bring in the insurance companies as well as agri-tech platforms that can also, which would also facilitate the farmers in accessing real-time data, especially on weather forecasts. So I hope that in the next 1 year we should have a better sense of how this will work, but it's definitely a challenge at the moment. When you look at some of the farmers, they don't really have that access to weather forecasts, and also bringing it down at the farmer level, so engaging, using mobile phones. So this is something where we're actually looking to also design and implement. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Okay. All right. So, so the last question really is that, I think in some senses we're all gripped by this incredible disaster that's happening to the planet. And we feel, I don't know about you, but I think we feel a little bit overwhelmed by what to do, right? And then you see politics getting involved and all that we're seeing. So in some senses we are, some of us anyway, certainly may feel a little bit powerless on this. So advice please, what should each individual in this audience commit to doing in the next 12 months to support climate mitigation and resilience? Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. Tough question. I think the first thing is we need to believe that climate change is real, right? I think climate change is real and it's impacting livelihoods, it's impacting the agriculture sector and hence affecting women. So I think for me, if we don't believe in it, then it's very hard to commit to doing anything about it. So believing in it and then action is always needed. And there's what governments are responsible of doing. This is really policies and creating enabling environments. But I think specifically in this room, I believe we have mostly financial sector. I would really urge that you look into designing financial instruments that can cater for the climate, but also agriculture aspect and women. And then also really urge you to forge partnerships. I don't think anybody can do this alone. We're a green fund, but we cannot mobilize the resources, all the financial resources needed to tackle the issue. So it really requires, it's a collective action. We all need to come together. And addressing climate change, it needs us to be innovative. It needs us to take risks. So we all to come together to find these solutions. And please, as banks, you have to take on the risks because it's a challenge. It's a challenge that is affecting us. And thank you.
And I think if there's one country in the world that's uniquely positioned to take collective action, it's Rwanda. Over to you, Catherine. How would you add to that?
All right. So one very good point. Private sector goes where the market is ready. And a lot of us here are private sector actors, FSPs, non-FSPs. And so collectively with development sector, with governments, it's good to work together to build and innovate on products in regions that have not been touched, which means development sector foundations can support in developing and piloting products that make a business case for the private sector actors to provide financing solutions. It's more like build it and the private sector will come. So in some of these regions in Africa where there's a lot of marginalization and the missing middle, it's good to pilot some of those, 6, 8, 9, 10% loans. How effective will they be, and how can the FSP, feed back to their shareholder that it is profitable? But then to do that, a pilot needs, to be done, and not a lot of private sector will want to set funds for that. So development sector and local governments come in to support that. And then also wholesale lenders who provide working capital to FSPs, because you will get FSPs, what we've had when we work with them, that they may not have a pool of funds for certain regions or certain sectors or climate. So it means then there's a gap and need for wholesale lenders to provide this again in the market for FSPs. And also the collaboration that I said with ESOs to provide pipeline. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I hope that gave us a bit of a flavor of what's also some hope and inspiration. Certainly in prepping for this panel, I came into it with this, I was kind of tired of this kind of debate about the intersection between climate and gender being around the small, the individual lady in rural India who needed a cook stove instead of burning wood, as if she's producing a carbon footprint. And it's been very inspiring to me to talk to you two about actually the subsector approach and really getting this ecosystem mobilized around it, and the fact that you've layered on the gender lens, meaning we do have a case here and we just need more of it and more replication. So with that, congratulations on your work and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate Inez as well as our panelists. Thank you for sharing the insights with us. We really, really appreciate. We're now going to go for our lunch and networking break. Let's meet back here. Let's say 2:10 p.m. We know it's been a long day. It would be good to have more time to network, but we also have important conversations that we've planned for the afternoon, and we want you all to be part of it. So see you all back here at 2:10 p.m. And if you also haven't gotten your gift bag, a gift bag that's a gift from the Financial Alliance, please do grab it on your way out. The protocol could show you where to get it from. Yeah, let's meet back here, 2:10. Bon appétit. Afternoon sessions. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We're going to focus our shifts in the next conversation. We'll be looking at long-term value. How can institutions better support women, not just in business, but across life's key moments? In health, in education, wealth, as well as even retirement. We're going to hear how members are designing holistic, women-centered strategies. It's going to be a fun conversation. Once again, we're going to invite our panelists, and then I'll also call our moderator last. We have Rashidat Adebisi, Chief Client Officer, Answer MasterCard Nigeria. You're welcome, you're welcome. We have Elizabeth Rojas, Second VP, Women's Business Strategy, Banco BHD from the Dominican Republic. You're welcome. We have Lizzie Mogale, the Managing Executive, Insights and Advisory, Retail and Business Banking, Nedbank South Africa. And our moderator is Karil Akilian, Director, Marketing and Business Development, Financial Alliance for Women. Over to you.
Are we on? Right. Great. So we have the toughest job. We are in the industry called the graveyard shift. So not only are we the one following lunch, but we are also the last panel of the summit. So the best benefit is that we don't have to make the business case anymore. I think everyone made it for us. But we do have to remind the audience about the systemic barriers women still face to financial inclusion, particularly in key life moments, such as addressing healthcare, pursuing education, and planning for retirement and financial abuse. But change is underway. Financial institutions that recognize and respond to women's evolving needs across their life journeys are not only driving impact, but also unlocking a loyal and profitable customer segment. Today, we're joined by three superpowers, great alliance members, AXA, Banco BHD, and Nedbank, who are at the forefront of this transformation. So they're going to show us how designing compelling customer value propositions will cater to women's life moments, from health to education to financial abuse. So Rashidat, I'm going to start with you. AXA is the world's largest insurance company and has a women's market strategy for over 9 years. You represent AXA Mansard, AXA's operations in Nigeria. Today, we'd like to talk about women's health. So can you share maybe AXA Mansard's health value proposition to women in Nigeria, touching on a couple of the bigger health moments?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've made the case, but just to remind us and giving some quick facts from Nigeria, we similarly, like many countries, have half our population being women. And one of the World Bank research data says when it comes to some particular key life moments, like maternal care, about 993 women die of pregnancy-related causes out of 100,000, still yearly, despite all the awareness, technology, and improvements that we have. And so for us in AXA, we're very particular about how to act for human progress by protecting what matters. So when we think about healthcare, we had to do research. I think when you talk about women, one of the exciting facts that was reinforced for me today was the fact that people do have to ask questions, check the data. And we did some study and work with IFC from about 2015. We called it a She Initiative because we believe that women are superheroes every day. And from this research, we were able to identify 7 priorities. And the number 1 was health. For low-income women, for middle-income women, for high-net-worth women, even our employees were concerned about healthcare. And sometime in 2014, I had my last child. She's now 11. And I was working in a company with free healthcare. I didn't think about worrying about health issues or the hospital bill. So I was lucky to have access to prenatal, to be able to see a doctor and delivery. But my daughter then had some complications when we had her. We were apparently ABO incompatible, so which meant that she had huge amount of jaundice. And that meant she went into the neonatal ICU. And when that happened, the healthcare stopped. So we have to pay every night for sleeping there, for the nurses, for the meds, for the medication. And this went on for almost a week. and it cost us maybe 3 months' salary of myself and my husband together. I mean, we're lucky that we had savings, we put things away, but for many women, this was impossible. So when we started our own health company, we introduced a minimum of 3 nights free coverage for mothers in the NICU, because we checked the data, and we saw that most people actually, in 3 days, most of the cases are resolved. And we also then started to increase that over the years. And for many women in Nigeria as well, they can't afford to go in and pay for prenatal. And so many of them delay going to the hospital when they are pregnant. And that also meant that our healthcare programs included, having some prenatal support, having support upon delivery. And then we have this cultural bias where sometimes people don't realize that there are also mental health issues that can happen. So postpartum care wasn't really a big deal in the past. They just thought it was some secret problem. And so we started to bring those sort of issues to the fore. So in our health product, we've ensured that for that life moment of motherhood, of having childbirth, during, after, we're able to provide the right level of support, working with partners, and also we've seen significant improvement in our business model, and corporate organizations have been able to also purchase this for their employees, and that's definitely really great for us as an organization.
Amazing, and very well done, thank you. Elizabeth, so Banco BHD's Women's Markets Program, Mujer, launched in 2015, and it centers around supporting 5 key life moments: children's education, education for the woman herself, housing, health, and well-being. Now, can you share Banco BHD's value proposition for education in particular, supporting women to educate their children and themselves?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. First, thank you for the invitation. Thank you Ines, Karine, Lisa, on all the team for the support. It's an honor to be here to share this space with these extraordinary women. At Banco BHD, we recognize that education is one of the most powerful tools for progress, which our Mujer program, we support across key life moments, raising families, improving their health, housing, transportation, and business, with education service as a foundation on its stage. We understand the obstacles many women face when looking for education, including high cost, gaps in public education, and safety. To help them overcome these barriers, we've created key actions like saving products, for example, designed to help women plan and save for education expenses, flexible credit option for families to manage school-related costs, insurance too, and school financing campaigns and cashback offers. Support for schools. So our support goes beyond finance tools. In a school and university, for example, we provide a financial education program, creating business workshop and leadership training. We offer two emotional wellness sessions, and we have a program, the name is Mujer Negocios. We designed a program based on the stage that the business is at. The name, each stage is start, scale, and involves. It's different. The needs in that step are different. Participant sales have increased by 20% after our program, and product engagement has increased by 2 products on average. And we offer in that program technical assistance, business advisory service, and mentoring with specialists. This focus on education has helped more women use our service, build a stronger relationship with the bank, and see real benefits in their lives.
Great. I mean, it's great to see those results.
Yeah,
powerful numbers. Lizzie, thank you. Lizzie, I'm going to turn to you. So NetBank has taken a diversified approach to driving impact in a meaningful manner that demonstrates their purpose of using financial expertise, to do good. And you recently awarded the Bank for Inclusion and Diversity in Africa. Now, you also recently launched a very daring initiative aimed at women who have experienced financial abuse or gender-based violence. So can you describe how Nedbank came about this program and what are you offering women?
Awesome. I'm Sanbonani, which means how are you in South African language. And it's quite great to end Africa Month in Kigali with us gathering here. So really, really a great pleasure to be around. So Carol, in South Africa, GBV is considered the second pandemic. That's how prevalent it is. And through our studies, we realized that 99% of the reasons for GBV is around financial abuse, right? And you ask yourself, what is financial abuse? Basically, is using your power to control, monitor, or manage your partner's ability and freedom and confidence to economic resources around finances, how they manage them, how they spend, how they use them, and all that stuff. So for us as a bank that is purpose-led, to say our purpose is to do financial, is to be financial experts who do good. We said if it's a second pandemic for the country, we need to do something. And we could only link at it from a financial perspective, right? So usually before we start our conversations on financial abuse, we'd actually run a survey in the room and ask questions around, do you know your partner's salary? Do you discuss salary, money issues in the house? Who buys large assets in your house? And we do this survey because financial abuse can be very subtle in its nature. And most of the time we associate it with the low-income groups. But we actually picked up that it actually happens a lot at a high-income level. What are some of the examples? We looked at our deceased estate book. In the deceased estate, we actually found out that the reason why it's taking longer for us to pay out is because wives don't know anything about the finances of the house. They don't know where the investments are held. They don't know anything about it. So as women, sometimes we've outsourced our power, and sometimes it's camouflaged as love. It comes as love. It's the good deeds that sometimes have unintended, consequences, where, it might come as your partner shielding you from some of the responsibilities, only to find that they disempower you. So for us, the importance of it was around the subtleties that comes with financial abuse. And I actually want to pose it in the room, especially because we have a lot of, executive in finances, to say, just take a pause and start asking yourself, how involved are you in the financial management in your household? Do you know and understand when there are investments in your house? Do you even know which instrumentals, or you always say to your husband, take care of it, honey, take care of it. And those sometimes, at times and we talk about life moments, right? To say, for us, we also linked it to the life moment around when a partner exits, either as part of divorce or unfortunately because of death. And this is where we start seeing a bit of a prevalence, of it. Simple examples like, mostly in marriages, husbands would buy assets, and women will buy curtains, will buy furniture, will buy consumables, food, will pay. So women don't even have a credit record because they spent their money on consumables. And unfortunately, during divorce, then they ask, what did you buy? Take what you bought. How do you take back food that you've bought and was consumed? So I think this is the subtlety that we're talking about when we refer to, to financial abuse within the system. And as a bank, we said, we want to trigger conversations around awareness. I mean, at first when we found out this, we said, let's create a silent, savings account so that, and afterwards we're like, no, actually, let's get to the root cause of it. And because in my area, I also built behavioral economics capability. We leverage the behavioral science to start saying, can we really understand what's at the root cause, why women find themselves at where they are? And most of this are anchored in cultural issues, religious, beliefs and understanding, and sometimes the stereotype around it. And the sad part is, most of the time, it's perpetuated by us as women. Your mother-in-law, your mother, your sister. So we wanted as NetBank to say, let's trigger conversations that brings the subtlety out of this, topic, and be able to bring it to the table. And also, not label people and say you are financially abused, but allow them to go through the journey of exploring and making that, because it's quite a sensitive topic if you think about it, especially when you're going to start, challenging some of the cultural norms. So we need to handle it in a nice, sensitive manner to be able to drive that.
Very correct. And it's a very sensitive topic for a bank to tackle. It's not easy, because it's on the thin line between social activism and actual correct efforts by the institution. So it's very thin, and it's great to see NetBank doing so much. So we may applaud this, please.
Thanks. And maybe, Carol, I can add to say what made it easy for us to do it is we anchored it on money personalities. To start saying, understand your money personality. And I'm going to ask in the room, do we all know our money personality? There are lots of studies that are out there where you assess your money personality. What is your relationship with money? Are you a spender? Are you a penny pincher? Do you use money to show status? And the minute you start understanding your money personality and you do that with your partner, it actually opens the door for you to start having that conversation.
Definitely, definitely. Rashidat, you talked about, I think, partnership. You mentioned partnership within what you were saying, but I have a question that I actually want to ask the three of you around partnerships, because they are key in order to really be able to provide any types of product bundles. I mean, we have to understand that you're financial institutions, you have your areas of expertise, but the services you want to provide, we want to make it a 360-degree approach in order to really become customer-centric, and therefore you would need partners. So what makes a good partner? That's my question to the three of you. Rashidat, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you. Partnerships ultimately is about being in bed with someone. And the question is, do you want to be in bed with someone?
We can say so many things.
Yes, do you want to be someone who is really smelly and who you don't have aligned values, who you don't appreciate each other? As a non-bank financial institution, we are that ideal partner with every bank, because I think 80% of the participants here are banks. And I think it was only in the last panel that we talked about insurance. The thing that protects the money everybody's building, the assets they're putting in place, is actually insurance, to make sure they don't take out all the money from their account. So for us, partnership first is about shared values. So we need to make sure we have shared values with the organization. We try to work to achieve their objectives. So what's your goal for the year? So typically, Temitayo, who is with me here, is in charge of financial institutions. She'll work with our partners and ask them, what are your priorities? What does your board want you to deliver this year? We align together, and we ensure that whatever we're working on together delivers the objective of the bank, of ourselves, and we're taking care of the customer. It's a tripartite process, right? Yeah. You then need to look at operational processes. How do we ensure that we can integrate? These days, there are open APIs, there are technology innovations. We're going end to end, we're embedding. And the last one, of course, is to have a lot of transparency and clear agreements on the times you have to come back to the table to either renegotiate. You can go downwards, upwards, to review the offerings that you're working on. So what partnership ensures that you can deliver and focus on where your strengths are. Sometimes we're overextending ourselves. If somebody already built a wallet, why do you need to build another wallet? Why can't you walk through that? And that's why we really love working with fintechs, insurtechs, and lots of tech companies. We're currently working with some tech partners in Nigeria who are really changing the way things are happening on healthcare. And because we were able to do that, we're able to deliver lower income inclusion solutions at much cheaper rates than we ever did before. And last year, we actually did about 1.8 million policies of inclusion health solutions, where over 80% of people there had never bought insurance before because of partnership. And 36% of them were women who might have not had access to healthcare before. So that was really exciting, and that's what partnerships can really do for you.
True. Very, very true. Elizabeth.
Partnerships are key because they combine resources, better service clients. At Banco BHD, a good partnership is built on shared goals, a common vision, and mutual commitment. For us, strategic alliances are essential to expanding our impact. we work with the public sector, educational groups, like university, for example, and women entrepreneur associations to provide a strong support across different life moments. Our international partnership are especially valued, for example, the Financial Alliance for Women, and INCAE in Costa Rica, INCAE Business School, we help women improve business skills, access financing, and expand their networks. Other key participants include EFC, it's part of a BHD board, and IDB Invest collaborating on the finance code, Santo Domingo Chamber of Commerce in our country, and University SMEs Center. And good partnership bring together different talent, share a clear vision, and work to create real value, definitely.
Amazing. How about you, Lizzie?
Cool. So for us as NetBank, partnership is anchored on three things, what we call triple win. What is the win for NetBank as a brand? What is the win for the partner? And what is the win for the client? So those are the principles that we always use when we enter into partnership. And if we can't find that triple win, we normally don't enter into partnership. I mean, what are some of the examples of the partnerships that we entered into, specifically when we talk about financial abuse? We partnered with our, our agency, our ad agency called Joe Public. We released what we called money warnings. So if you look at cigarette boxes, there are those stickers that talks about the warning of a cigarette. We did that on all our adverts, TV, radio, print, out of home, online, everywhere, where we put a money warning that said money can be used to abuse women. And that created a lot of talking points across the country on the issue of financial abuse. I mean, all the tier one, TV stations that normally you would need to pay to talk about this were flooding over to get us to drive the conversations. Also, we partner with women-led organizations where our clients are resonating with them, our clients trust them, and they've already formed a community. Just two examples, we've partnered with an organization called Agenda Women, where we do money dates. We take 100 women across the different life stages, and they go through an 8-month program on engaging with. We say to women, go on a date with your money. And, and every month we discuss different topics. It's an integration of online, of, workshops and sessions, just so that we embed it as a way of living, and we leverage the behavioral, economics. For entrepreneurs, we've partnered with YouGrow. It's a behavioral economics tech-enabled platform where we've taken 5 different businesses, and they're going on an 8-month program also. And that includes mentorship, that includes personality assessments, understanding where they want to take their business, which areas of their business have challenges, and how do we use behavioral economics principles to help them to grow their businesses. So partnerships becomes quite important because you need platforms that clients trust. We do know that sometimes there's a love-hate relationship between clients and the bank. So you need to partner with as organizations or associations that the client trusts, so that you are able to get the impact and the value of what you're driving.
Amazing, and I love the campaign. Thank you so for sharing that. So partnerships are really important, but I think there's one more thing that's just as important, and that's your people. So it's key to be able to deliver a key life moment strategy to really have well-informed staff that has the skills needed to listen, to have empathy with the client, to understand the situation, and then to adapt accordingly. So, Rashida, can you maybe share specific insights on how you orient your relationship managers, or however you define your frontliners, and what kind of support they get from head office to deliver on life moments? And then I would like Elizabeth's take on that as well.
Sure. Thank you very much. I think the people who meet the clients first are the salespeople.
Yeah.
But we realize that beyond sales, you have to also train everybody along the channel. Because in the end, what we do is almost like a relay race, right? Somebody is handing one baton to the other. And we realized that we needed to start from the very top of the organization. So when we started our journey with the IFC team on our women initiative, we realized and did research, and our salespeople said they didn't like selling to women. And they asked them why, and they said they're very difficult. and when we kept asking questions to find out what was the difficulty, the point was that women were asking them more questions. They wanted to understand what they were buying. But the funny thing was that once you convince a woman and you're able to get her on board, and someone said it in one of the panels, you can keep them, they'll keep referring you to people, they will tell their friend that this is my plug, just speak to this person. So we did a gender-centered training for all senior managers and all employees across the chain. We did more dedicated trainings for our sales agents, for our employees, both in the back and in the middle office as well, to ensure that the whole organization understood the why. And then we also supported them with materials. So we had financial needs assessments that was designed, tools that will help prompt them for which life moment you're trying to address. And I think the last one is just, other digital aids. Some of them at the same time are almost like adverts, So currently in AXA France, we're running an initiative called Being a Woman Shouldn't Be a Risk. The video is on YouTube, and it really talks about some of the changes we're making as an organization in terms of expanding offering to protect women, when there's violence or any other sort of issues coming up in their life, because we're now able to provide better healthcare for them. So it's a combination of training, engagement, tools, and of course, area cover, brands and comms.
At Banco BHD, we know that the support to women in all life moments. Our relationship managers will be well trained in empathy, listening, and product knowledge. This helps that build trust and offer real value. For this, we focus on strong institutional culture. We teach the same values inside the bank that we show to clients, creating consistency and trust. Onboarding, ongoing training, new employees attend workshops to learn about our purpose, product, and caring approach. We also offer regular sessions on customer service, empathy, and product updates. And third, clear internal communication. Our team receives newsletter with tips, news, and tools. All information about our products and value is easy to find in our internal channels and websites. And this approach ensures our frontline teams are ready to listen, understand needs, and support women on every stage of life.
Amazing. Thank you. So, Lizzie, I mentioned this just a little bit, I hinted to it, but I really want to discuss it with you. In that you're a bank and you're supporting, GBV topic. What we've seen is that you have to be a really well-established institution and have a well-established women's markets program to feel comfortable to enter this space. It's a risky space, and it's not one that most members would enter, at least not in their initial years. So how do you manage this from a brand perspective? Because there's a brand reputation at stake. So given that, traditionally, most financial service providers would actually shy away from this topic.
So, Carol, I think for us, it worked better mainly because of our purpose, right? Because if you say you are financial experts who do good for your staff, communities, your clients, and your shareholders, when there's an issue in the community, you are bound to be involved and you are bound to be engaged. And also, as NetBank, we've always been this bank that brings difficult conversations. A few years ago, we brought the conversation, say, as families, especially African families, we don't talk about money. Like your kids don't even know how much you earn. We brought this conversation, say, let's start having money conversations in our families. Let's start having these discussions. And it was quite tough because a lot of it, again, is embedded on cultural issues around it. So because we already had that track record, it was easy for us to bring another tough and difficult conversation. And as I mentioned, we anchored it on money personalities so that it's also non-threatening. We worked a lot with psychiatrists and social workers who work, with women who've gone through, the ordeal. And one of the things that were telling us is that, abuse creates shame. So if you're going to have something like a silent savings account, already you are indirectly labeling this person. You're already saying to them they fit a certain category. And hence, that's why we decided, let's go to the awareness stage, because what are we doing? We're giving everyone, other banks, and even the government, the right to start talking about these issues, because we're saying, let's make them open, let's engage around them. It's within our DNA, as a brand. And what we also try to do, we try to link it with some of the significant events in the country. We all know the history of South Africa. We celebrate Freedom Day. So on Freedom Day, we actually ran a campaign that says, how free are you? And we said, how financial free are you? And we created a survey. We've always taken a stance that we don't want to label people, but we want them to go on a self-discovery journey where they, they discover that. And that helped a lot, because by going through lots of questions, then someone starts asking themselves to say, actually, how free am I? How financially free am I, linked to the key conversation that happens around the organization. So I will say, find the strength of what you're known for in the market and anchor whatever sensitive campaign or topic that you want to bring into the market around that, because that gives you credibility also.
Yeah, very true. Very true. So I have another round of questions to them, but I would love to take questions from the audience. So prepare your thoughts and your questions. We're going to be the panel that has the most questions from the audience, so please work hard on that. So, Rashidat, what trends are you seeing in how Nigerian women approach health insurance and wellness planning?
When you think about Nigeria, we probably have one of the highest mobile utilization density. Almost everyone has a mobile phone in the country. So digital health is a conversation that we're seeing. During COVID, we did see a very high uptake of teleconsultation. Things sort of reduced after that period of time, but we're seeing more women asking questions online, trying to check. Of course, the concern is that sometimes some people rely on Dr. Google and don't actually go to speak to the actual doctor themselves. So getting them access to a doctor quickly is one of the trends we're seeing. People are now concerned about their health and wellness, not just because you want to lose weight. Of course, we all want to look in a certain way, but saying that, look, you can be healthy, whichever size you are, and then being able to give them, the right level of advice, access. Most of our health plans, for example, have gym memberships as part of that policy. We also have access to massages now, facials, because people kept saying that, but I'm not ill, what's going on there? Another key trend, of course, is wellness, preventive care. Here we're now encouraging many people to go and actually get checks. Unfortunately, because of our cultural biases in our country, some of us don't know what ailments or illnesses are in the family. We know grandfather and grandmother died, but you don't know if they had any sort of pre-existing issue, which means that you're not testing early enough. And typically, medicine would get you to start testing from certain age ranges, but perhaps you need to test a little bit earlier. So we're seeing more women being more excited to go and get, an exam done, and we're putting this as part of our policies, of course, as well. And therefore, it means that you catch things early on, which means that then you have a much more wholesome life to enjoy. These are definitely, some of our key trends in the country. Thanks.
True. So maybe a reminder for everyone to also do the preventive checks.
Do you know your stats and your numbers? That's very important.
Yes, it is. So, Elizabeth, how do you measure the long-term impact of the programs you have on women's financial independence?
Okay. Banco BHD support the fight against gender violence, both externally and internally. Externally, we run campaigns promoting gender equity and have included finance abuse in our messaging, working with other local organizations to join the effort. Internally, we comply with the certification standards, which guides violence and harassment prevention, and our action include a code of ethics and conduct that all employers must know and certify annually, an ethics committee, and clear disciplinary policies for harassment cases, anonymous reporting channels via phone and email for employees, a formal protocol with steps to manage violence case and emergency contacts. We collaborate with partners like the United Nations, the Ministry of Women, and public prosecutors to provide support and follow up on internal cases. Additional initiatives involve staff training programs on prevention and identification of violence, annual surveys to detect unreported cases, and support from internal teams that investigate and assist when needed. Regular internal communication keep the team informed and engaged. Our commitment is to create safe space that educate and protect everyone from all form of violence.
Yeah, amazing. Great to see Banco BHD as well being that active against GBV. Thank you. Lizzie, so what policy or regulatory changes would help scale this type of supporting program even further? I mean, we had regulators, and we still do have some. So what can they do as well?
So I think, it's been encouraging for the past 2 days to hear what the regulators, are saying. I think our regulators are starting to become progressive, right? I think one of the key things that becomes important is the speed at which they address some of the issues that are at the table. If I were to talk about us in South Africa, and you think of the topic we talked of earlier on, to say women are over-mentored, they are over. If there was a national database, that's creating, if you go on a training course as an entrepreneur, then you get added on that list. Then when you come apply it, to a different bank, we can check that database and say, what foundations do we have? Then we don't repeat the same foundational issue, because we all know you don't want to give money where you're not sure if the foundations are there. Obviously, it will require some accreditation, because unfortunately we're seeing a lot of, financial education providers where sometimes we question the quality of what they offer. So also find a way of being able to assess it and make it, accessible. That way we are able to start then improving the education that we give the women, to know they've done the foundations. Now I need to give them this offering, rather than all the banks that you go to, they require foundational starting point. I would say that for me would be the key thing. I think the issue of definitions also, we've spoken a lot around it. On Tuesday we were also talking about a lot of people now have side hustles. And sometimes they have side hustles, but they put in the money in their personal accounts. You can't offer them, business solutions, and they don't identify themselves as a business. How do we start thinking differently of a blended, definition that allows someone in their individual capacity to still tap into and access some business offerings from a regulatory, perspective? And I think probably the last thing is, help match the relationship between banks and fintechs, because currently we're all monitored differently. We run one of the biggest marketplace, API as Netbank. Some of the challenges that we have is, would bring a fintech, to as an API to house their wallet, but all the regulatory and KYC responsibilities sits with the bank and not with the fintech. Therefore, you are disincentivized to do it, because they are the front, client-facing aspect, and we are the back end of it. So I think banks should also be incentivized for driving inclusivity within the space.
Very true, very true. So I want to open it to the floor for questions. I see a hand over there. I want to make sure I don't forget the right side, the poor people. They're behind the lectern, so. So there's a lady. Whoops. Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. It's sponge.
Thank you. Thank you, discussion, for your insightful sharing for scaling up women market. So here my question is, how do you ensure that the impact is sustainable and actually it's scaling up women market? For say, is there any incentives for the application or any digital tools for scaling or any self-sustaining model?
Who's going to take that? Rashidat.
Yes, I'm happy to start because, we started our journey 9 years ago. It took us about 3 years to go through the first set of our journey. And from about 23% women representation, we moved to 50% on the portfolio. And then we started to realize that, numbers were now dropping. And we didn't realize that we needed to adjust the KPI tracking. Because when you're bringing in new schemes into your portfolio where there are less women represented there, then that could skew your numbers. Doesn't mean you're doing less. So for you to really keep things going on, your tracking, your KPIs have to be very clear. You need to understand when change is happening. Sometimes we also have to evolve the teams. Because when we first started, for example, we launched a network. We've evolved the network. We had COVID come in. We couldn't have physical sessions. We had to change to virtual and hybrid sessions. So the need to keep adapting your program is very important. I think one other thing I want to share for you to really scale is that don't use simple things like colors, purple, pink, or age ranges to define what a life moment is. I might start having kids at 20, and somebody else is having their first child at 42. So the life moment is the life moment. It's not really about what age I am there. There are women who are having kids even much later. And sometimes maybe you are going through your own midlife crisis a bit earlier, or it's late life crisis. You don't know what it will be. So the need to keep listening, to keep researching, to understand, and to create systems and processes that helps to drive that is also important. And the employees have to keep being evolved as well. I think that has helped us. So we've had highs and lows. We've had failures along the way. We set up a women-only motto product. After a couple of years, we had to shut it down. And we realized that we're actually selling more in our normal policy because we're speaking better to women. So we went into proposition management, not product-led conversations alone, whilst tracking how that is impacting our portfolio from gender and key segmentation. So that's helped us to actually be more sustainable, and then, of course, looking for new relationships that can help us on the journey.
Thank you, Rashidat, for that.
I can also just
Sure.
add to that. For us, we've created what we call Netfin Health Monitor. So we've created a health monitor that measures how people manage their money. Because we know it can feel like it's a perpetual goal. You never get to a point where you say, I'm debt-free or anything like that, but we need to measure progress. So we've made it open to the public. Anyone can go. It's only 8 questions. In the background of it, we've engaged anthropologists, behavioral economists, to do a lot of statistical work. And after, completing the 8 questions, it actually gives you a score. And we encourage people to monitor their score every year, and within the score, it also shows you within the 4 categories, whether it's spending, whether it's saving, whether it's financial, planning, whether it's insurance, to start saying, are you also improving in those sub-components, and which areas of that do you need? Because for us, it's very important that people have better money management habits. And we know when people have better money management habits, they become, better clients. So that's another way of monitoring these interventions that helps people to feel they are progressing and also give us a bit of a sense around alternate ways.
Thank you. Thank you. Where's the catch box? Yeah, we have table 12, please. Lady in pink.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, so this question goes specifically to answer. In Nigeria, you hear a lot of middle-class women say, I don't want insurance because God is my insurer. Okay, so first question, do you have any insurance policy for female entrepreneurs? If you do, yes. So if you do not utilize your insurance for the year, are there some sort of rebates to also sort of entice the women who, because if I tell you, if you don't use this insurance policy throughout the year, you can probably get maybe not get the money back, maybe in the next year it's sort of like subsidized? Thank you.
So thanks. So during our work with IFC, we tracked women across different stages and career paths. So with SMEs, for example, we try to see, we define startups and some of the more medium-sized companies and, of course, large organizations that might be women-led. And so we created offerings after that for, we call it the SME business insurance plan, which is available. There's still always that challenge because in the end, insurance isn't charging you your true value of what you're working on or what you're paying for. So if you pay 2% for the value of 100%, it means that there's been some statistics done to say what is the likelihood of this happening, and there's sort of a pooling effect. But to further encourage more people on health plan, for example, like I gave you an example, and on some of the other policies, you can get some level of discounts on other policies. If we see you're a very risk-friendly person, we can then offer you better rebates on some products. The challenge, of course, is that regulatory-wise, some prices are fixed. You really literally can't change them, but you can then give the clients better value-added services, which is what we're working on. So things like gym membership, massage, a free teleconsultation, for example, being given to employees of your company can be an additional value add, even though you don't have a health plan. If you have a policy for your cars and stuff for your company, we can then offer some extra value-added services, just focusing on what's important and what's critical for the SME. And so for some of our partners, we actually sort of work with them to co-create, especially when it's a large number of people we're trying to reach out to and to simplify this. But I believe as we keep improving and working with our regulator, we will have a bit more flexibility, leveraging data. So it's not just about fixed prices. Then at that time, you can then have better discounts and offers given to people who are more risk, supportive. But we're always open to have a conversation about this. Thanks.
Thank you. So we are running out of time and we are a bit running late. So I'm going to ask my last question. If you could give one piece of advice to a financial institution that is beginning to adopt a life moments approach, what would it be? Lizzie, I'm going to start with you.
I'll say, first of all, go to the root cause. Don't jump to the solution. Understand the root cause, why things are happening. And leverage, I would encourage, if your organization is not building a behavioral economics capability, I would encourage you to say, find people who apply and implement behavioral economics, because it gets to the key drivers of behavior and you start understanding even the nudges that you need to drive. And that's when you realize it's different for women than it is for men, and how even for women, it's not a homogeneous segment. You start finding sub-segments that helps you to get to the crux of the issue. There you can even create new markets when you start doing that.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
I have some points. First, listen carefully to clients to understand their preference and needs. Second, use focus group and surveys to gather real insights, knowing that solution may differ by country. Never label clients. Each person is unique. Recognize that life stages come with different needs and goals. Use this understanding to support women in their specific life project. And test new ideas with small pilot programs before scaling to ensure they work well and meet real needs.
Amazing. Thank you for those bullets.
Thanks. It's very difficult to beat those points already shared. I totally align with behavioral science and listening. But please don't throw all the kitchen sink in just because you can get it in. Simplicity and innovation sometimes is not about a totally new offering. Sometimes it's about adapting what you have to better serve the clientele in a more proposition-based way. And it doesn't have to be about creating something totally new. And I think sometimes people are missing that. So please think about that. Imagine if you change the banking products that you were offering people based on them perhaps buying an equipment and all, to be able to offer that for them to just be able to acquire things that are important for a woman, or to be able to access healthcare if she couldn't do that already, but just use the methodology you would have used from an income perspective rather than just looking at cash flow and business alone. Just adapting that and being able to meet a need in a more flexible way could be a quick solution. So innovation is not always about something greatly new. It could be just changing 3 words in your process. Thanks.
Well, thank you. So the beauty of having amazing speakers is that they did the wrap up for me, so I have nothing to add to that, except just remember, on top of everything they said, that your staff is key and your partners are key into really developing this full program for women. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you so much. And it being the last panel of the summit, let's invite the photographers. Before you exit the stage, let's just take a group picture. Carol, let's take a picture with the panelists as well to just mark the amazing communication, the conversations that have been happening. If we could have the photographers, please. Okay, and before you exit the stage, I want to also now invite back Carol to come and just give us the closing remarks. It has been an incredible summit. A lot has been shared. We definitely have a lot of work to do. And you're welcome. You can come and summarize for us what are the next steps.
Okay, so the only thing worse than moderating the last panel is being the last speaker. So I will try to keep this as short as possible. So as we bring this year's Financial Alliance for Women Annual Summit to a close, I want to begin by thanking you. Our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants, for your deep engagement, your insights, and above all, your shared commitment to accelerating inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystems for women in Rwanda, in Africa, and in the globe. Over the past 2 days, we navigated the complex terrain of women's access to finance, from unlocking debt to capital markets, to building gender-intelligent digital solutions, and integrating life moment strategies into women's markets programs. At the core of all discussions has been a shared recognition. Women are not a niche market. They are the economy. Serving them better is not charity, it's good business, sound policy, and smart investing. Throughout these days, we witnessed the launch of the We Finance Code, Rwanda. We were honored by the presence and words of Her Excellency, the First Lady of Rwanda. We heard from public and private sector leaders, regulators, innovators, and entrepreneurs, each one reinforcing the power of collective action and drawing clear pathways for implementation. Looking ahead, the challenge is to transform what we've learned here into real-world action. Let's take the insights, the networks, the commitments forged here back into our institutions and use them to drive measurable change for women in our markets. But the success for this summit goes far beyond the agenda. It lies in the strength of the community. We are especially grateful to our generous hosts, the National Bank of Rwanda and Access to Finance Rwanda. Your commitment to women's financial inclusion in Rwanda and across the region is inspiring. We are also grateful to our supporting partners, the International Finance Corporation, ABSA Bank, and I&M Bank Rwanda, for your support has been instrumental in helping bring this summit to life. Putting a summit together is a journey with many stakeholders. So please bear with me as I thank everyone. Hopefully, I will not forget someone. The AFR team, Nelson, Onette, Agnes, Alleluia, Reagan, Claire. The BNR team, Ingrid, Laura, Germaine, Innocent, Jean-Paul, Jean d'Amour, Odette, Maria, Moise. To you I say, we've had many long meetings with many ups and some downs as we aligned vision and objectives and cultures of all parties involved. This has been a truly humbling experience. To KCC for hosting us, Julian and Nawal and the team for being so proactive and adapting to our last-minute changes. To the Rwanda Convention Bureau, specifically Egidia, to our amazing MC, Fiona, who still, by the way, but you have to know, she still, by the way, does not have a final agenda for the summit, with all the changes it went through, yet she masterfully adapted every time. The magician, Alfred, Alpha, from Smart Sound, who is behind this whole experience, who doesn't have no in his dictionary, and who put up with my 3 a.m. requests and wouldn't settle for anything but the best. To his team, Brenda, the photographers, videographers, technicians, ushers, interpreters, and support staff, thank you. To our local entrepreneurs, Joyeuse, Joymax, Question Coffee, and Fresh Prince, who are behind the wonderful gifts we have for you to give, that we gave away. And then finally, to my dream team. Guadalupe, who with the support of Pamela, were the first people you all met, who were the guardians of the registration desk and the process and the badges, so our security agents, basically. To Tessa, who couldn't be with us here, but has been supporting from Paris while planning for her wedding. To Joël, who I believe managed 30 different Google Sheets and sent over 10,000 emails. She has learned all your names and has seen all your faces and can recognize you publicly now. Thank you for the long nights, the weekends, and the quick turnovers. To Lisa, who was my right arm in putting this summit together, from 6 a.m. meetings to 2 a.m. working sessions, it wasn't clear when the day ended and when it started. Thinking about everything, being haunted about what we might have forgotten. Thank you for all the work and support these past 6 months. To Karine, my sounding board, my thinking partner, thank you for your constant support and guidance as we shape the agenda and for your invaluable time at the weirdest hours to make sure we have this outcome. Last but not least, Inez, thank you for your guidance and leadership. I always say it, and I will say it again, and I will say it publicly. You're the first CEO I've met who works as much as the team. This summit is a testament to your vision and understanding of this space and your outlook of where we're headed. Thank you for believing in us and for empowering us. And I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't ask this. So all the non-members in the crowd present here, what are you waiting for? Please come find me, Inez, or Karine, and let's champion the female economy together. To all our members, thank you for all the work you put in and day out, to really champion women. On behalf of the Financial Alliance for Women, thank you for your presence, your partnership, and your purpose. I wish you all safe travels back, and we look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Amazing. Thank you for that. Yes, a standing ovation. That's a way to close the summit. Beautifully put, beautifully put. Yes, and now I think to just close the summit, we want to capture these moments. It's more than an event. We want to also celebrate the community, everyone who has been here with us. I don't know how the photographers will be able to manage this, but we want to see if we can squeeze in a group picture with everyone here. Could we try? We give it a try, yes? If everyone could kindly just come to the front, let's work some magic, and let's see how we can make that work. Yeah? Yes. I'll follow the guidance of the team, Nicholas, as well as the entire team.